Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but today we're going over a few games, a few oddities, a few strangers in a strange world, and most notably, a few games from the 80s. Yes, the 1980s. It's weird to think about, 40 years ago, still has such a magnificent presence in our own lives. The 1980s saw so many things happen. We saw a rise in music, we saw a rise in clothing, fashion, people, movies, shows, so many things that impact our daily lives, including war, including despair, including the tail end of the Cold War. 1980s has something for everybody, but probably one of the more major ones that we saw that pertain to us. Here in the tabletop industries, we saw Phase 2 of our development, otherwise known as the expansion years. During this time, people were seeing the rise of mass culture. It was no longer just this pop culture that people kind of were in these pockets for. No. This was about bigger. We needed to go bigger. We needed to go grander. We needed everything. Everybody, hello, Russian bro. Thank you very much for following. Everyone knew what's going on. This was the 80s, man. I knew David Bowie. I knew these guys. Oh, well, I was wearing the same clothes as the girl across the country. This boy was watching the same television shows as this other boy from another area entirely. Mass culture. And this was due to a lot of things. Things were getting cheaper, things were getting easier, you could communicate easier. We also saw the rise of computing technology stop being these massive room-sized entities, and we saw computers actually enter the office. We saw computers and we saw the rise of so many things that we thought was science fiction 10 years ago. Even things like mobile phones saw their first rise in the 80s. So, let's see. Now, mind you, they aren't quite the supercomputer we know today, but there were things. You could call somebody on your mobile phone, and you looked pretty cool if you had that thing. But what about tabletop? What about tabletop games in general? Now, we don't think about it very often, do we? Because tabletop games back then were like, you close your eyes and you can't really even imagine anything. Or if you do imagine it, it's like, this is the first edition, and we're currently on the 9th edition, or something like that. And usually the first thought goes in the head of like, oh yeah, that was when like D&D was around. Yes, but no. Most of the time when we think of the 80s, we're thinking of kind of the expansion. Remember what I said just a little bit earlier, like we entered Phase 2. We entered the expansion years. Because 1970s, like 1970s, we saw the rise. Like, this is what was, these were board games. This is what kind of dominated things. And it was like, oh, wow. But then here in the stateside anyway, we saw things such as this. Welcome to D&D 1 edition, first edition. Came out in 1978. Let's see. Original D&D, 1974. Apologies. And then 78 and 79. This was arguably the first true role-playing game at the time. And arguably, it's still probably one of the most important games that we know about, and how we can never really escape it. God help us. But this was an uncharted territory. This was a world of war games. This was a time not of brave men entering a dungeon to slay evil. It was, I have 400 dudes on my side, you have 400 dudes on your side. Let's roll some dice and get some tables. We're gonna H.G. Wells this shit. It was a different time, different era. But 1980s came around. The 80s. Things got bigger. So, we'll, give me one moment. I can bring up the exact, thing. I found this and I thought it was interesting. And where were you? Oh god, the Russians were posting. We need to do... Yeah, it's Wikipedia, but bear with me. This is kind of just, it's a good way to kind of get in your head of what this was. So, these were in the 70s. These are like Tunnels and Trolls, Empire of the Petal Throne, Dungeons and Dragons, Flash Gordon, and Mongo. Like, these were fairly standard, but look at the 80s, though. Think about these, little games you never heard of, like basic role-playing. Yeah, that game came out in 1980. You had things such as, let me just see, where was another one, like Middle-earth role-playing. You had Recon. You had Star Frontiers. You had so many of these different kinds of games. And even later on in the years, you had things such as even Shadowrun. Yeah, Shadowrun came out in 1989. It's weird to think about. Cyberpunk 2013 came out there, and we're still talking about Cyberpunk. We saw Ars Magica, Star Wars, the original role-playing game, Robotech, Phoenix Command. We saw so many games. GURPS came out in 86. And then we even have, a little known game that you probably have never heard about. I don't know about you. 1981 saw Call of Cthulhu. Exactly, you saw so many of these things. The 1980s were huge. Hello, Draco. The 1980s were massive for our industry. And this isn't even dealing with all the war games that came out. Good God, man. This was a phenomenal era of growth. But what happened after? Yeah, seriously, is that old. 1981. It's kind of weird to think about, isn't it? And, what happened, though? Yeah, Ghostbusters 1986. We're actually going to go over Ghostbusters today. Well, what happened was a lot of people thought it was just going to get bigger. Man, it didn't. That's kind of the problem. Because you can roughly break down the history of tabletop games into 5 pretty nice and succinct eras. So, the 1970s were, the birthing years. We didn't really know what was going on. We're appealing to a very certain crowd. 1980s to 1990s, and this is early 90s. We saw the expansion era. Everything was huge, massive. We were going to make it big. But the 1980s also saw one little thing that I don't think anyone really liked, that little passing fad that'll never really catch on. Video games. Yeah, no, video games started. The NES came out in the 80s. Like, you don't think about it. Yeah, exactly. It's like the 80s, D&D back in the day was pretty popular because it was kind of a one-of-its-kind thing. But the 1990s saw what I would like to effectively say a decline phase. Or more accurately, you can actually call it the rise of the indie phase. The 90s saw a couple of those monoliths start getting devoured into themselves. Companies started buying companies. Money started not disappearing from nowhere. And we even saw the death of the TSR as it got slowly absorbed by Wizards of the Coast and finally Hasbro. And we also saw a lot of weird indie games come out of this time. You know, that little game called Vampire the Masquerade wasn't actually supposed to appeal to you. It wasn't supposed to be a gamer game. It was supposed to be a game for this weird niche indie crowd. However, I would say more 1990s to about 2010. That would be my rough guess. About 20 years of the, kind of this decline and then the rise of more indie games. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that things like 3.5 were unsuccessful. Absolutely not. What this more is stating is that this was an era where games were being a lot more condensed. There were a few companies really making anything of, mass appeal. A lot of others weren't making anything. It started being a little bit more niche. This is where things started getting regulated to the nerd crowd. Now, 2010s saw up to I would say about 2018. We saw the Rebirth era. Rebirth era. Think about from 2010. Yeah, all the way back then, 2010. And way back there. And you close your eyes, way back in the 2010. Think about how many games came out. We saw the OSR revolution start. We saw the indie game revolution begin. We saw so many different things come out in 2010, including one of the largest game releases of all time, i.e. 5th edition. That was a huge time during that. However, for those who probably were reading things, we probably saw 2018 plus, is that the cycle is continuing. The cycle never truly ended. Now, as you can see by my little chart here, what happened after the 90s? After the expansion era? The decline. And unfortunately, that's what I think we're heading toward, because I saw a lot of similarities as I was just going through the games we're going to be going through today. These games were very similar. They were very like, why does he sound so familiar to me? Yeah, no, as, let's see, like, first text art, non-text RPG came out in 1980. The Gold Box came in the 80s. Series D&D related dungeon crawler, that is correct. Limited release in 79, but pretty much very late 70s, early 80s was kind of the major birth time. But a lot of the games we're going to go over today are based off of 80s properties, or were from the 80s themselves. Now, but I got a question for all of you. We have two lists, effectively. We have two sets of kind of like how we're going to progress through these. We can either do the West End game cycle as kind of a more indicative of what's occurring, and we kind of see some similarities between then and now. Or we can do the what the fuck cycle, which we just go through the really weird things and all the weird shit that come along with it. So I'll let that decide between you all. If you have any priorities, anything you would like to see, again, we have the West End game cycle and the what the fuck cycle. Those are our two kind of lists. They're going to be the same games, just in different orders, and the story kind of changes in a way. So I'll let you worry about that. Mostly so I can start opening up all the files. We need to do Ghosbusters. Not seeing anything in particular go on. So we may start with the WEG cycle. Yeah, we can start with the West End game cycle. I think that'll be a pretty standard good one to start off with. Nice and consistent. So let me just get everything set up here, just to make sure everything is correct. Ah, yes, Traveler is very old. Yeah, Traveler came out quite a while ago. I think Traveler didn't really pick up as hard as it did. And we'll see one particular game in here that was supposed to kind of originally be Traveler inspired, but it kind of didn't happen. Instead, they went with the D100 system. So, we're going to do the West End game cycle. We're going to learn about a little company called West End Games and some of their very popular games. The first one we're going to go over is a little known franchise called Ghostbusters. Yeah, Ghostbusters. You remember those movies from the 80's? With Dan Aykroyd when he wasn't fucking insane? Yeah. Ghostbusters International is technically the second edition. It's a humorous horror role-playing game. As you can kind of see, this is a jank-ass scan because it's a really pain in the ass to get a hold of these books anymore. But yeah, it's Ghostbusters, man! This is awesome! We love Ghostbusters, but, what was this game actually all about? Well, it was by a small company called West End Games. Now, some of you may know who West End Games are, some of you may not know. So, West End Games, let me just bring them up real fast. It immediately defaults to Star Wars, so you can tell what maybe their most popular game was. But it was a 1974 company founded by Daniel Scott Poulter, as you can kind of see here. And they did quite a few games. Their big thing was the D6 system. However, they did games such as Paranoia in 1984, Ghostbusters in 1986, Star Wars the role-playing game in 1987, Ghostbusters International, which is the second edition, Torg, The World of Indiana Jones, Necroscope, Tank Girl, D6 System, Shadow Zone, Men in Black, Hercules and Xena, DC Universe, full DC Universe, and the Meta Barons game. And don't forget about all of their board games they did, because they had the license, and all of the war games they did, and all of their other little weird games. West End Games was kind of top of the game back in the day. Yeah, West End Games back in the day were actually some of the best of the best. They were seen by many to be the quirky underdog who did a bunch of cool things. They were producing board war games. Now, board war games are a little bit different than like what we traditionally think of war game is. This is a board war game. You have a map, you move it around. Pretty standard. It was kind of that in between what we would call a board game and a war game. It was kind of that in between point before we really knew, but which these would actually develop into hex and chit games. Those hex and chit games were very good. And you still see dozens of those things, come out yearly. But that's what they started off doing. And one of their first big games that they really worked on was actually Paranoia, which, let's see. It was originally, so Poulter, a manuscript for a role-playing game originally being conceived by their friend Dan Gelber. Patter agreed to buy the rights to the game, and after some editing and polishing, released at Gen Con in 1984. Paranoia. Yes, 1984. West End Games' first game was Paranoia. Awesome. And it won an Origin Award for Best Role-Playing Rules in 1984. And then that kind of threw them up into the world. They were a competitor to TSR for a very long time. They even worked with Columbia Pictures to acquire the Ghostbusters license and actually used that Ghostbusters game to form what they would probably best be known for, the D6 system. After they acquired a bunch more licenses, and things made bigger and better, and everything was great, and then they went bankrupt in 1998. Yes, 1998. What occurred there, actually? Well, two things. There was a lot of licenses being bought, and there was also... They also were in a parent company. Pretty much they had a money with the Hibuchi Retail Group. Yes, technically they were owned by a shoe importer, because you can do that. And they tried their best, but inevitably money is money. You also got put into a court case over the ownership of Paranoia, because the writers, including Poulter, claimed that he owned Paranoia, while the actual designers didn't own it. And it eventually went to the fact that Poulter lost the license to Paranoia. Yeah. That's kind of the first death knell of West End Games in a way. They lost the license to their most successful game, but don't worry, we can still make it. We're gonna do fun. No, they got bought by a company which they partnered with a company called Yeti. Yeti eventually went on to form subsidiary of Humanoids Publishing, and they also forced West End Games to sell everything off to pay debts. And it's like, oh, we lost a bunch of our licenses. We lost the license to Wizards of the Coast, who had recently bought TSR. Like, oh no. Oh no. We lost more. 2002. Ta-da! We exited. A game, Meta Barons came out and it failed miserably. So they're like, nope, we're going to sell West End Games, which went to Purgatory Publishing. Purgatory Publishing did poorly. Very poorly. They tried to make a game called Septimus, which was a big thing, and eventually that went nowhere. And it was kind of disaster area. Just being honest, it was kind of a disaster area back in Purgatory. These were back in 2008, 2010, and they couldn't afford to pay him back. They pre-ordered it, like, yeah, pre-orders, and then nothing happened, and then all the money went away, and then West End Games collapsed. And then the company, Purgatory Publishing, sold them off. That's why Torg technically belongs to a German company now, and all these other ones were sold to other companies. They didn't really have anything else, but they were going to do it. They were purchased in 2016 by Nocturnal Media, which was actually Stuart Wyatt's company. Stuart Wyatt, for those who don't know, was actually the person who one of the founders of White Wolf. Yes, he actually, one of the founders of White Wolf bought these guys. This was the time. Hell yeah. And then, in June 2017, he died, canceling all future projects for West End Games, and finally, the West End Games cycle ends with Poulter's death in 2020. Yeah, no, this isn't, I would like to say that it's this happy-go-lucky adventure of West End Games, but West End Games started pretty much on the top, and just bad financial decisions, buying a bunch of licenses, things just collapsed around them. They got passed around between a dozen different companies, and eventually, nothing. They got sold off into obscurity. They are technically still around. West End Games still belongs to Nocturnal Media, but it's in name only. But we're not talking about that. Let's go back to the 80s. This is Ghosbusters, man. Now, if you see the original game design, yes, technically the first edition of Ghosbusters was designed by Chaosium a little bit. And if you know that name there, if you know that name right there, the first thing, Sandy Peterson, you realize Sandy Peterson developed a little tiny game that probably none of you have ever heard about. Sandy Peterson developed, let me see if I can bring him up here real fast. You just gotta make sure. First things first, is Sandy Peterson's developed fucking everything. This man is a true auteur when it comes to gaming in general. Sid Meier's Pirates, Civilization, Darklands, Doom, Hell on Earth, all the Age of Empires, pretty much, even the good ones, Halo Wars, even. But he also made Call of Cthulhu and Ghostbusters. Yes, this man is single-handedly responsible. Yes, this fat bastard over here, this anime fat bastard, is single-handedly responsible for the entirety of the D6 system and pretty much every D100 system you see today. Yeah. Admire his girth. Yeah. Again, it's kind of weird to think like this one guy kind of developed it. Mind you, he had a team. Again, Lynn Willis, Greg Stafford, and that was part of the section there. Those were all of those people working at Chaosium at the time. Now, let me bring up. Let me see if I can remember his fucking name. Yes, this is one of the major designers for Ghostbusters 2, Aaron Alston. Aaron Alston actually passed away in 2014 of a heart attack, but he was a major writer. That was his big thing. He was a editor. He was a game designer, kind of on the side almost. But he wrote a bunch of the Star Wars Expanded Universe books. That was one of his big things, as you can kind of see here. But he also wrote like Terminator books, and he wrote some standalone stuff, Legacy of the Force, Force the Fate of the Jedi. Now, some of his role-playing games were things such as Circle of Met, the Auto Duel Champions, GURP Super, School of Hard Knocks. He wrote a bunch of these. But again, one of the big things here to consider when you're looking at this is kind of a secondary, like we already had the base rules. Ghostbusters International added on to a bunch of the rules. They gave them what they wanted. And Douglas Kaufman, I believe Doug Kaufman is still alive. Let me bring him up. Sometimes he likes to hide. He too, if you haven't noticed, was a writer and game designer. He's actually the one who wrote Starfleet Battles and things like that. Like, they actually had a pretty good, damn good pedigree for these guys. Like, all of these games. Even down to things like Paranoia, Kaufman worked on. He was one of the major guys who worked on it. Like, let's see. Like, yeah. Like, supervised Paranoia. Yeah, like, it was a messy time for Paranoia. I'll have to go over Paranoia one day, just kind of going over the history there. But yeah, Ghostbusters International pretty much had one of the, if not best, years of, like, this is a pedigree. And this is the best of the goddamn best. But these are before they were even famous. These guys were even like as popular as they were. These guys were a bunch of goobers. That's what they were. They were a bunch of silly goobers doing their best. Now, what is this game actually about? Now, I made a character here. His name is Andy Chase. He was from Toronto, Ontario, because I thought it would be funny. And what is this game? This game is a D6 system. This is probably this is the earliest version of the D6 system you've probably ever seen. And for those who have played a standard D6 system or an open D6 system, it's fairly simple. You take a bunch of dice, you roll the D6s, you add the results together. Let's get, you either become some RPG franchise alive today or doomed to oblivion to a degree. Honestly, to a degree. But what is this Ghostbusters? What is it? Well, a primary character is actually built of, you have your basic descriptions, and the only really important part that you should know about here is your goals. Because if you complete your goals, you get brownie points. What are brownie points, Notepad? Well, if we go down here, brownie points are kind of the yes. Brownie points are yes. Brownie points do a lot in this game, because if you see here, this isn't actually very complicated at all. This is a pretty simple game. You have four traits. You have brains, muscle, moves, and cool. Not exactly the most extravagant amount. And you may be wondering, what's this fifth one down here? Technically, you can become a psionic, as I think the second movie was doing, because this came in conjunction with the second movie. And you have the option, but they're saying, like, please don't. And then you select a talent for every single one of your traits. Your traits could be your talents could be anything, really. Your brains might be investigation, and you just add a 3. So technically, If I'm ever making an investigation check, I roll 7d6 and just add up the results. Anytime I need a drive, I roll 6d6 and add the result. Technically, I have investigate twice, because that's Chase in a nutshell. They were implied, I think. They were like, that was the cartoon, like, oh no, there's a psychic person. It was like an offhand comment tier. It was not very like, oh wow. But yeah, this game is pretty set, like pretty solid. And one thing that's kind of hard to say is that it's pretty funny. Like, I can't really, like, go through every single thing or we'll be here for hours, but it's a funny thing to even read. Because it's obviously, they care about it. They kind of knew about it. They were making fun of the entire thing. And they use the example of Tex-Mex, which is definitely not Indiana Jones, which they directly say is Harrison Ford from Indiana Jones as a Ghostbusters. That's what it is. And like that, congratulations, I've literally told you all you need to know. Anytime you were to get hurt, you pretty much reduce your current value. So let's say you get a little hurt. You might reduce your brains, you might reduce that by 1 and that by 2. That's it. That's how you do it. Congratulations, I've officially now taught you how to play the Ghostbusters RPG. Everyone clap. We did it. This isn't a very complicated game at all, but it's about the way it's presented. I think that's one of the most important parts about it. Its presentation is very good. It's just odd in some ways. So the big thing is brownie points. Brownie points are equal parts your experience points, your bennies, and just about anything else. But if you complete a job relatively well, you're going to get all your brownie points back. So its thing is, for each brownie point, you can add an additional dice to your star, not character, not anything. It's your star, because they try to really make you feel like you're in a movie. And you can reduce time spent in the hospital. Then you could probably avoid death or even avoid damage in a way by spending these brownie points. And they want you to spend them. You want to spend these brownie points, because the more you spend them, the better you're doing. Because that's the point. Not the Dallas RPG, not yet. But yeah, that's how to make a character. Anytime you need to make a automatic success is just something you can do automatically. And these aren't really complicated. So, for example, lots of difficulty. Blasting an agile goes with proton pack, sleeping in a hotel room during a conversation, convention, parallel parking a limo, remembering a friend of a friend of a friend's phone number, figuring out the IRS self-employment schedule, to more difficult than you can imagine, sleeping through a volcanic eruption, eating a telephone. It's supposed to be funny, including my favorite, whole lots of difficulty, driving in Manhattan without losing your temper. Now, one of the quirky bits is the idea of the ghost die. Is that you'll always add your ghost die to your roll, and the idea is that if you roll a ghost, you rolled a 0, and something bad happens. Something really bad happens. Kind of the first introduction of what we would like to call a kind of like a fate die, you can almost say. A thing that you would roll, and it's like, oh, you've critically succeeded. You've succeeded when you rolled that, so that's a success with complication. Or that's a disastrous failure. Yeah, it's like you eat the telephone and everything's fine. Your teeth just aren't strong enough, but otherwise unharmed. You swallow the last bite only to realize you've forgotten to unplug the phone. It rings, giving you a nasty electric shock. Yeah, it works for ghosts too. It's if you ever roll this and you might get slimed, or you might get thrown out a ledge. But yeah. as I kind of described what brownie points are, brownie points allow you to do anything really. But if you ever find 30 brownie points, pretty much experience points, you can add +1 to one of your traits. Only available if your Ghost Master allows it. Only allowed if my Ghost Master allows it? Yeah, you really don't level up in this game. Because that's not really the point. You're supposed to be playing you're supposed to be playing a blasty Ghostbusters game. Now, one of the things is that you can pretty much sacrifice you can permanently sacrifice one of your traits to get 20 brownie points to survive something. And that's what they really want you to do. They want you to survive. They want you to play the game more because it's supposed to be kind of ridiculous. Even down to the point where they don't really even tell you that you're kind of not really supposed to die. They effectively say, you're not going to die unless you really fuck up. Like, really, really badly. So, this is the basic play sequence is exactly what you would think of it. Most of the time, it's decided by whatever your move score is. And by then, you choose what you want to do, and you do it. That's it. Or you have to roll some dice. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But it's about all the exterior mechanics in this game, which really sells it to me anyway. You know, even though combat is just another version of performing attacks, since it occurs so much, we'll briefly mention it. Hand-to-hand and range weapons. Exactly what you think. And sometimes you'll have to roll against people, sometimes you won't. And they do have some options for damage, and the option for, oh, well, if you're in long range, or you're normal range, or, hey, maybe you're point blank and just start blasting. And getting hurt, and they even say, you know, Ghostbusters do not ordinarily die, nor do any of the other characters in the game. The ghosts are already dead. Stars do get hurt, though. Equipment gets toasted, ghosts get gobbled up by ghost traps. And, yeah, you don't die, really, in this game. And we've recently been having a conversation in various circles about the nature of death in tabletop RPGs. That we're not really like, oh, people really, sometimes we don't, you know, our characters don't die enough, or our characters die too often. And what is the position of death in a tabletop game? I have my opinions on it. But people usually bring like, back in the day, characters died all the time. I present to you Ghostbusters. A game which effectively says you're not dying. You will not die unless you either make a point about it, or you really bubble up. Like, really bungle it up. Yes, Draco? Is death really necessary in all games? I don't believe so. Some games just don't need death. But I will always say that you have to be a truly terrible individual in this game to die. Death is probably the easiest way to like provoke a certain sense of risk to something. If you fail this, you will die, and everyone's like, "Oh no!" That's really easy to kind of imagine, kind of get into your mind. If I don't jump over the cliff, I'm gonna die. If I don't, slay the monster, I'm gonna die. That's something immediate. It's kind of hard to pitch it for other pieces. And that's why in this game, they're pretty much saying you're playing the movie. And that's what you'd want to do. Getting slimed, even down to the system, it's the system, the universal how much. How badly your traits and talents, it's all very like, you can take the, it works. One roll beats the difficulty number, the greater the success. So let's say, for example, I roll a 10 and you roll a 8. I have a 2 success. That's not really all that much. Cool. Yeah, the reason for the star's demise should be clear to all players. When a Ghostbuster does die, they make a new star for the next session and tries to be a little bit more prudent. Yeah, it's supposed to feel big. And they also use a very fascinating system called hands. So, turns out, people, I want you all to lift your hands up and realize you have two. If you have more than two hands, oh god, you're a mutant abomination of God. But very much speaking, we only have two hands, and that's how they usually measure most things, is each piece of equipment has a hands rating and a muscles rating. I can hold a flashlight in one hand, and I can also hold a stick in one hand. Cool, I have one in both hands. However, I can't carry a car because I'm not strong enough. My muscles isn't high enough. Or sometimes I can't use it effectively. Like I can have a bat in one hand, but I'm not going to be able to swing it very well. And pretty much the more stuff you have, it's more it's going to weigh you down. The more it weighs you down, things are going to start going wrong. And here's all the basic loaded Ghostbusters. Now, in my character, I just put the basic Ghostbuster stuff on because I wanted to be a Ghostbuster. I'm a detective Ghostbuster man from Canada because I thought it would be funny. Let's see. Grognar is born from an even somewhat crunchy system. See, here's the thing with Grogs. Grognards in particular. Grognards are a particular batch of people who believe two things. If you really want to believe a Grognard, is there's a certain way to play, one, and old is usually better. Because what happens is grogs are not born from a system. A grog, you can't like make a grog. There's not like a grog system out there. Because what happens is they play their own thing that they wanted to play for years, which is we'll kind of get into when it comes to SPI a little bit later. But they want to play what they've played for years. Give them the master book and look at them. Yeah, well, they didn't play the master book, so it's wrong. It's bad. Only play the way I want to play. And play the thing I like to play. That's why I think the OSR community is actually as large as it is. Because there were so many of these guys who played old school D&D and just like, there's a gap in the market. I want to be part of that market and write what I loved. And they did. Like, really bad grogs are annoying. I've been called a grog before, but I think that was kind of like you play tabletop games a lot. But, like, I'm pretty open when it comes to things. I'll try anything, most of the time. Hell, that's why I do this series, because I want to introduce you to things. I want to make sure that you see something interesting. But, yeah, no, But yeah, no, you also have some funny things in here and one of the things that I love is inventing new equipment. Technically, you can invent new equipment if you really feel like. You can kind of see a little bit of paranoia bleed through here, and let's see, design, field testing, new research, and elimination devices always taking place. From time to time, you may receive a new piece of equipment from GBI Research for testing or for a special project. Your Ghostmaster will explain the purpose and function of the equipment when you receive it. Troubleshooters! You have received a brand new piece of equipment from R&D. Please take it. And please, use it against the communists. It's the same thing. Like, it's the same kind of principle, but you're allowed to invent things and not get completely blasted into oblivion. And then we have, some basic ideas of, like, going back and forth. And here's the Game Master section. Honestly, the actual gameplay section, the actual, like, what the player needs to read, 25 pages. And a good chunk of this boils down to, like, this is how you roleplay very well. Like, this is how you do this, and this is how you do that. Ghostbusters is not a complicated game. Like, it's really not. And it's something that can still appeal, I think. It only came out in Russia through people buying it in other countries. Like, I think OSR appeals to a lot of people, but it's like the beginning of the OSR community is what I meant more than anything. It's kind of taken a life of its own. at this point, kind of thing. The idea of returning players invented the source of actual gameplay. Yeah, no, and they actually encourage you to, hey, we need to defeat this enemy. How do we defeat them? Being like, super science, I guess. Fuck it. And that's what they kind of want you to, like, they're going to teach you how to play a game, because back in the day, you couldn't have, if you bought, like, in almost every single one of my games, I never have a game master section, because if you found this, you probably already know how to play a game. Being honest, you probably already know how to. But back in the day here, you couldn't do that, because, like, yeah, this might be the first game you ever pick up. D&D, that's for, I don't like fantasy stuff. Ghostbusters? Well, shiver me timbers. I'm gonna play that, hell yeah. Yeah, rules are such nasty things. They get in everyone's way, they cause arguments, they slow things down, picking people excuse to pick even more. Boo hiss to rules. And this actually has some great advice in it. It's like, hey, don't panic, it's fine, it's okay. You'll take notes about the characters, and you'll be an asshole sometimes, because you're a ghost master, but always have that sense of keeping it fair in a way. Yeah, keep things in mind. You can't learn everything at once. You should understand the rules, expect to extend the rules, expect to be wrong sometimes, things like that. And honestly, if I were to write my own GM section, I would just take this almost verbatim, being like, have fun, like, just make it simple. And this is the system. Now, the system is kind of the beating heart of this game. And because it's kind of that beating heart, it's kind of a little bit overdone, but at the end of the day, it's this. It's just a difficulty level. Yeah, hey, Notepad, I wanna blast that ghost. He's a little far away. I mean, I'm on the floor. I'm gonna blast him real fast. That'll be it'll be a lot. It'll be 15. I hit. Awesome. Fuck it. Yeah, it's like, oh, all right. That's cool. That's fine, and they kind of tell you exactly what you need to know. Always break down an action to what they're trying to accomplish with that action. Getting up in the morning is tough, but if we break down the broad statement, well, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, and I like that. I like that idea. And which talent, and the measure of success is kind of the main one. If you made it by 10, you made it by a good amount. You made it by 2, you didn't really get that big of a success. You made it, but not really. And then we have very little successes, more than you can imagine. And they want you to kind of be fun. And they also pretty much say, use brownie points for fucking anything. Brownie points, there's no limit to how many brownie points a Ghostbusters can spend. When they use brownie points, encourage your players to explain what possible circumstances could lead to an increase in visibilities. And this is it. And I've summarized the game to you. So, oh no, can you use ghost points? Like, you find not plot to ensure that extra defeats a Ghostbuster. Let's say an evil villain tries to throw Ghostbuster to a portal into another dimension, and if he fails, the adventure's over. This particular villain is strong and should have no trouble vanquishing his foe, except Ghostbusters have brownie points and extras dough. So it's pretty unfair. So in the interest of fairness, here's 1,000,000 brownie points just for you, Mr. Ghostmaster. June 6, 1989. 1,000,000 1,000,000 brownie points. All for you. It's everything you could have ever possibly wanted. Right there. And I think this is like an aspect of games back in the day that's kind of hard to even comprehend. They had fun writing these. These were dumb. These were supposed to be kind of things you would do in an office, and you would write it and everyone would be kind of working together, everyone would be kind of making fun of the entire thing. Weren't these like corporate events normally. These were a couple guys working on something to not appeal mainly to a mass audience. Maybe they wanted a mass audience, of course, but the fact that they literally have a note here just saying, if you need more million brownie points, just send us money and here's our address. Ta-da! It's like, this is ridiculous, but it's great. And it's sad, almost. Sad, isn't it? It's odd. We don't really see that much anymore. Everything's really formal. I mean, I'm guilty of this. I'm very formal when I write. But that's years of collegiate writing. Oh, we also have luck. Luck is hilarious, which is literally spend brownie points, roll, get luck. More dice, more brownie point roll. Have fun. Roll. So, action and combat. This is like the main meat of the game. Alright, you can move. If you start as miniature, can move. And, yeah, for some reason, somewhere along the line, they put in a full-fledged like combat system with miniatures and moving around and being within the right section. You know, people have moves traits, and on a combat turn, you can do all these things. Few seconds of time, but it's really it takes for everyone to do something interesting. Right as far as they could ever, they could be with Jato bottles, jet assisted takeoff. Look them up, and then maybe turn lasted a full 10 seconds. Immediate results, intermediate, like doesn't matter. Yeah, they're saying it doesn't matter because it's a movie. And yeah, combat is a little bit simple. But this was actually a complaint leveled at the original game, which was we wanted more. We wanted more detail when it comes to combat and when it comes to equipment, when it comes to all of these things. We wanted details. We wanted options because we wanted to do things for reasons. Now. What the hell's going on? People are being weird in my chat. And generally speaking, I would say the combat is like the least interesting thing in my... How do I want to word this? You could scrap the entire combat system in this game and nothing changes. Let's just say that. You could honestly take out this entire combat section, and generally speaking, it's going to be the exact same. Because this was added in because people wanted it. It's like, cool. Ta-da! Like... And leaving combat. Once you're charging full speed away from its enemies. Often yelling, leave a trail of abandoned equipment and self-respect. Both crews are charging away from each other, lying around in smoking heaps. The enemies become widely separated and, getting hurt. If you get blasted by something, and let's say you get hit for over 10, whatever your roll is, you're going to lower your trace by 3. Getting hit really bad could even make you lose consciousness. That's why spending brownie points to lower the values down. Hey, I'm going to lose 4 health unless I spend 2 brownie points. But I can spend 2 brownie points and only lose 2. I can afford 2. Right here, who immediately decides to slam the hapless Ghostbuster into the nearest piece of heavy construction. Ray has muscles 3 and Hiram 5, and a brawling 10. Ray rolls 3 dice and gets a 10. Hiram rolls 8 dice and gets a 31 through a concrete wall. Ray has lost. So since he won by 21 points, he lowers his traits by 5 and he gets knocked unconscious. That's it. Not exactly the most complex thing in the world. range weapons that are kind of the exact same. Here's a max range. Here's a lowest range. The idea is blast them. Just blast them. Mostly when it comes down to max range of 5. And these are all based off hexes and squares and things like that. And because it's based off squares and things, this is what I mean by, like, this is like my least favorite part of the game. It's this really detailed combat system. It's like, yay, combat in my Ghostbusters game. I'm not too fascinated in it. And big list of equipment obviously has a bunch. You can say you can attempt to dodge. You know, you rolls its move dice for a score. So let's say they need to hit a 10. They need to hit a 10 to hit me. I'm like, oh no, this is a bad thing for me. I'm going to get slimed if I don't dodge. However, I have, if I can pick up my dice here real fast, I've got 4d6 in my moves. I'm going to try. Alright, I got 2 6s, a 3, so that's 15. I got a 16. They need to hit a 16 now. Hell yeah. I'm doing a little bit good. Fires his proton attack and ran 3 hexes, which moves 4. You know, unscaling 9 to 13. It's a 12 to hit him. Dodge. That's 16 now. That's literally all it is. Sometimes you hit someone for a lot of damage, and you do extra damage because of what the weapon is. This is it. It's... brownie points kind of play into this, and then you have healing. Healing has its own entire system, which is kind of weird for some reason. And this is also one of the few... this is one of the few pictures in the entire book. If you haven't noticed yet, there aren't actually very much artwork in this book. Hence why we have the Lone Ranger Innocent Doge here, just to brighten up the day. And the reason I'm Marty McFly in a yellow jacket. Yes, I'm Marty McFly. I just changed the color of the jacket, which was a pain in the ass to do, by the way. Remember that, kids. So, but that's pretty much it. Like, honestly, the rest of this is like, oh boy, this is what grenades do. This is what reintegrator rays do. These are standard equipment things. Routines are pretty much like, to get a file, like a car chase, you need to do this, then do this, success and failure, success and failure. That's routines. They're pretty much exactly what you would think they are. We want to do 3 things. We want to do car chase. Well, we need to start the car. We need to get a way to go over there. We need to make a roll to chase the guy down the street. We need to make a roll to chase him over there. We have to make a roll to flip off something and catch him. That's the entire idea. Not exactly the most complex rules. Or it's like even going to court, because that's a big thing in Ghostbusters logic, is going to court, getting files, getting things like that. Have fun with it. That's what routines are for. Ghostology, they actually encourage you to fill out sheets for each individual ghost, because they want you to kind of fill out how ghosts operate. And they're going to tell you exactly how to make ghosts, because there isn't really a monster manual in this game, per se. Because they don't need a monster manual, because why would you? Why do you need a monster manual? There's no reason for it. You make your all ghosts, and you get to choose a bunch of options as well. So if we go up here, most creatures can get like 1 or 2 of these, and they're always going to do things. They're going to let you turn into frogs. They're going to poltergeist things. They're going to be proton immunity. They're going to be able to read your mind, sliming you, and all that. That's the point. They want you to build it. They want you to make each ghost unique, because that's what they were in Ghostbusters. They were unique. Now, the only other like major things is you have all the adventures, which I actually quite enjoy. I think all the adventures are pretty nice, and they're exactly what you think they are. They're adventures. They have some sample ones. The big thing is that they have character sheets for all of the original Ghostbusters. Is that you can play, if you really want to play the Ghostbusters, if you want to play Egon, here's how you play Egon. You want to play Ray, you can play Ray right here. That's I think that was kind of a way to like, let's introduce people to the game, even if they may not be fully familiar with it. They may not be fully familiar with the idea of role playing, but we can definitely give them an idea. Even down to the things of like, technically you could print out a Ghostbusters International franchise contract, and you can print this off and write on and get all the franchising. Oh, don't worry, we get a temporary permit that we can do things. They have a bunch of little cardboard cutouts for you, because these were actually fairly common back in the days, that you had cardboard cutouts and you would cut them out or you would print them out, and that's how you would make a standard kind of player. Instead of buying a mini, you would use one of these. But yeah, that is Ghostbusters International. Probably it's a nice, quaint game. A game that actually is pleasant even just to read. It's funny. And like, I couldn't really show it off as well, but it's hard to show off funny necessarily. Like, here's a bunch of funny moments, Family Guy funny clips kind of thing. However, one thing to note about the entirety of the Ghostbusters RPG community is that these guys have been doing stuff for a while. They love you. They love making stuff for Ghostbusters. This is something that they enjoy. They've been making stuff for, including things like Ghoul Blasters. Ghoul Blasters is quite literally just everything I went over in 28 pages. Literally 28 pages, and it kind of cuts some of the fluff when it comes to the kind of the art, kind of the funny ha-has and things like that. But yeah, no, if you honestly want to play this game, if you want to play it, this is probably the best way to do it right now. It's completely free. It goes over every single thing you need for it. It's going to tell you exactly what you want, how you're going to look at it. Technically, it's not Ghostbusters. No, it's Ghoul Blasters. Very legally distinct. But yeah, everything you could ever really want is right here. It's 28 pages. And all for you. You also have, let me see, there's Inspectors, which is Fighting Force of Darkness, so you don't have to. Inspectors is another game inspired by this. Same kind of idea, same kind of concept. You also have, let me see if I can find it, Spooktacular, which is actually amazingly done by Ewan Clooney. Yes, Mr. Clooney, or Mr. Clown Man, who hasn't actually translated all the things he said he would translate. Yeah, Spooktacular is pretty much just Ghostbusters. It's just Ghostbusters' legally distinct version, down to the fact that it just has like a spooky guy. But it also costs money, so fuck you, Ewan. But yeah, no, this is exactly everything you could want in a game. It's effectively the Ghostbusters International OSR, you could kind of call it in a way. Anything you could really want here, it's right here. Want to play in San Francisco? There's options for it. All for you. Every single thing you could ever want is right here. But yeah, there is a lot of options for Ghostbusters International, and that's one thing I love about this game. I'm going to say I love this game. I think this game has so much charm and so much heart, and if you really just want to play Ghostbusters, you can play Ghostbusters. Fuck it, we're playing Ghostbusters. I'm going to blast some ghosts because they're ghosts and we're blasting them. We're busting ghosts. Play the fucking music. Have fun. This is what you want in a game. It's just unfortunate that it was kind of the death knell for West End games. It's kind of a show. At their height, they were making such great things, and eventually they wouldn't. Now, the next game we're going to go over, I called it the Cycle for a very specific reason. This is Tales of Gore. And some of you may know what Tales of Gore is. And generally speaking, gore is how do you summarize gore? How do you go over this game? How do you go over this series like this? We'll just show this right here. Like, how do you even go over Tales of Gore? Well, let's do it. We gotta first learn what the hell gore is. So, Gore is a series of books, is a Sword and Planet series, kind of like John Carter and those kind of things, written by a guy named John Norman. John Norman has been writing these since 1966, starting with Transmit of Gore. Now, one of the big things about Gore is that there are 36 fucking books, most recent of which came out in 2021. This is a fairly long-running series. Now, in the 80s, from 80 to 88, is when we saw really the, I would say, expansion of gore, we'll call it, from weird to infamy, in a way. And that was also when we saw one of the largest gaps in between publishing, which was between 88 and 2001, by the very end with Magicians of Gore. But, yeah, this guy's been, he published originally in 66, and he published consistently to 88. 22 years. Every year he would put out a new book. Every single year. And since then he's put out 10 other books. All through a company of Open Road. Technically, Open Road is a digital media company. And now who is John Norman? He is a philosopher. Professor of philosophy. He is 90 years old. He was born in 1931. He was educated in Illinois and also the University of Nebraska. God help us. But what is Gore actually known for? What is Gore really known about? Innocent Doge, I'm gonna need you to sit like right there. Just to kind of symbolize to everybody that we're going into some uncomfortable territory right now. Gore is probably best known for, Tales of Counter-Earth are best known for this, which is, for lack of a better word, slave girls. Slaves, slave girls, lots and lots of sex. Lots of sado sex, lots of masochist sex. It was pretty much the birth of a certain kind of BDSM community. What do you mean you cannot see it? Let me see. Yeah, okay, everything's saying it's streaming just fine. Yeah, everything is saying it's streaming fine. This dog and table. This dog and table. Yeah, that's good. Not really a fetish game. Gorian Cycle is kind of understood as a book series of another planet, of another world, of slavery, of sex, and one of the big things is John Norman was notorious, and is still notorious, for writing a lot of things about how eventually these women would come to love being slaves of the main character to ravish them, and it's okay to be slaves, and yes, everyone is naked, and everything is fine, and it's like, holy shit. Like, I'm not a prude. Here's the thing, I'm not a prude. I've seen some weird shit, and people, hell, I even shared this very stream in a bunch of weird sex pest servers I'm in, because I'm a weird person. And I don't discriminate. Whatever you like, you like. I'm not gonna bash you for anything. Gore is a special kind of weird, though. And the thing is, Gorian culture, just to give you the idea of the various, the red silk girls, the white silk girls, not yet open to men. A virgin Kajira will usually be deflowered shortly after her enslavement. Very important, we know that. Which led to the Gorian subculture. Yes, oh Jesus, oh sweet, mother of God. Didn't know that was there. Okay, give me 1 second. Innocent Doge. Deploy. We'll just... So, Yeah, no, yeah, no. The BDSM community took the gory and subculture thing and ran with it pretty fucking hard. They love this shit. And you still see gory and subculture in things such as Second Life. That's the thing I was looking for. Things like Second Life, even things like VR chat have certain amounts of gory and subcultures to them simply because people are weird and people are into that kind of thing. And I ain't gonna bash you for anything. But that is kind of the basics of like what are we getting into? This is Tales of Gore, the role-playing game for gore. And even now you can kind of see like, oh, okie dokie then. Let's get into this. Like, what is this game? This was written by a man named James Grimm Desborough. My Postmortem Studios. Now, who is James? Who is James? Now, James, you may have heard the name before. In his stupid hat. He is a British game designer, author, blogger, and his big thing is Postmortem Studios. He actually won a bunch of awards back in the day for designing things such as the Munchkin's Guide to Power Gaming and the SLA Industries line, and eventually would have a pretty strong relationship with Cubicle 7 for a while. He also wrote things such as The Red Phone Box and The Mammoth Book of Erotic Romance and Domination. Has been quoted or used as a pundit on men's issues from various places. Has been criticizing, alleging to be hateful, violent, and misogynistic. Petition game companies to drop his work. That's probably where you know him from more than anything. But what is Postmortem Studios like? What have these guys done? What is his actual company done? Like, come on, what's not actually all that much. So, role-playing wise, he has Actual Fucking Monsters, Tales of Gore, Punk, a retro clone about making your own punk games, and then it's like Gory and Adventure, Aerotech Gadgeteer. I always want to say Gadgeteer. Machinations of the Space Princess. I mean, oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, no, he's yeah, it's like, all right. Like, again, I don't know. I haven't looked at these. I couldn't really find anything there. If I look really hard, I could probably find stuff. But Tales of Gore is actually one of his big games that he actually wrote for this company. But you can see just this pure amount of stuff this guy has put out. And sometimes they are little bit, they definitely have a certain kind of, how do I want to word this? Angle, we will say. We will say an angle. There's a very certain kind of person who's going to play these games who are like, yeah, Postmortem Studios. He also wrote Diversity Dungeon, world building and game design in the safe space age. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet mother of God. And then this is Machinations of the Space Princess. I can get away with this slightly, which is another science fantasy role playing games about style over substance. It's like, oh sweet Jesus. Oh my gosh. Like, alright, it's sexy, sleazy, swords, and sci-fi. Like, alright then. Alright, buddy. Now the one that kind of threw me for a loop that I saw that I was like immediately like, Jesus. This is Actual Fucking Monsters. If you can't tell what it's kind of parodying, the entire idea is that you are monsters who destroy shit and then die. Hence, because this is the cover, this is the alternate cover. Yeah, yeah, this guy has some interesting, this guy is an interesting dude. really interesting. It's kind of like a what the fuck, and you're like, yeah, no, that's the technically the same girl as you can see here, just getting ripped apart because he's apparently a Guro artist now. That's fine. It's like, oh God, like, oh geez, Rick, oh geez. But yeah, that's who we're going to be dealing with. Now, uh, it's like, all right, and the thing is, John Norman's work is permission of the author. This is actually a full-on licensed product that John Norman approved, because John Norman has control over everything. He actually approved the creation of this game. Now, what is this game though? Like, let's get down to business. And he first opens up, it's a companion volume to the World of Gore, is a role-playing game to play. It's like, all right, oh, my gore. The first thing you see is like a basic introduction of like what is gore and like how you're supposed to kind of read this book. And then I was first gifted 24 books of John Norman's Chronicles Gore when a friend of mine went away to university. I was at school at the time in my final year, voraciously reading of any and all science fiction fantasy I could find at the rate of up to 6 books a day on weekends. And yeah, he tells about his relationship to gore and how he was kind of coyly turned aside at the last minute. Hero did not. The fate of handmaidens and slave girls, the Tarl Kaba encounter was never in question, but then nor was the fate of the oiled male silk slaves under aloof free women of Gore cities. It's... Am I saying that James here spent a lot of time in a locker? Yeah. I'm saying that James spent a lot of times in a locker getting made fun of, probably by the anime club. Like, this guy is an interesting duck of a human being. And it kind of sets the stage. Like, he is gonna go full ham on the Gore experience. And you're gonna love it. And you may be wondering, when did this game come out exactly? This game came out in 2017. 2017, year of our Lord. Domina 2017. So the first thing is like introduces you to like this is what role-playing games are. And then the first thing after like this is what role-playing is, race and sex. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus. As one of racism, imperialist fantasy, and misogyny. It's like, oh God, like, keep in mind the Gorian world's a fantasy world. That's the truth. It's fantasy. Millions of people around the world enjoy the fantasy of domination submission into which Gore fits, and it says nothing of their own personal beliefs about political or social relationships of men and women outside of the bedroom, nor does enjoying a guilty pleasure like Gore. Yeah, no, you start off with Gore, and yeah, the term red savages, for example, originates within the Gorian world to describe the transplanted Native American cultures found there. Oh, sweet Jesus, Mother of God. Like, you look at it, you're like, oh my gosh. Like, okay, it's the Gore experience. And does he... does he quite literally go through every single book in the series? Yes, he does. He goes through every single book in the series up to the time it was written back in 2012. Now, here's the odd thing. Now, you may be thinking, maybe these are like a brief summary of each of the books, kind of like this is kind of what happened here, or something like that. No, I honestly do not think that. Because it's things like the Captive of Gore, 1972. In this installment of the Gorian saga, beautiful and headstrong Eleanor Britton of Earth finds herself thrust into the savage world to counter Earth, also known as Gore. Brinton must relinquish her earthly position as a beautiful, wealthy, and powerful woman when she finds herself part of the harsh Gorian society. She's as powerless as a female pleasure slave, Camp of Targo, the slave merchant, forced to learn the arts of providing pleasure to any man who buys her. Eleanor is determined to escape. Nevertheless, she's sold at a high price, and her master is determined to get his money's worth. Somebody wrote that. Yes. Because the thing is, all of these, I have a feeling all of these are literally copy-pasted from... You know in the back of the book? You know, at the bookstore, you take a book out, you look at the back of the book, and it provides like a little description of like, in this volume of Buck Rogers shoots aliens. Yeah, guitar noises. This is what these are. This is all these are. And they don't tell you anything really about it. It's literally just like, this is what the book is about. Fuck you. And it's like, oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet Jesus. It just keeps going. Now, some of the later ones, apparently, like the first, I think they said about the first, like, 6. Yeah, you kind of see, like, first 5, they said about first 5, first 6, were actually, they were strange, but it was more like, this is a strange fantasy world that you've created, and you're kind of pushing boundaries. And everyone's like, oh, okay, this makes sense. Like, it's a weird fantasy world, you know, society is very strange and very alien, and it makes sense because no one can really... Because one of the core ideas of Gore is that the Priest Kings, these aliens, this alien race, pretty much restricts all humans down to very basic weapons and very basic technology in terms of like war and city building, but they'll provide like advanced super medicine to them to make them effectively immortal. It's that weird setting, but it's like, hey, everybody has to be Greco-Roman city-states in an era, you know, but everyone will never die pretty much. That's kind of an idea. And in Greece, we're thinking like people were slaves and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Later on, the series really does escalate, apparently, far more into, fighting Slave of Gore, Rogue of Gore, and people were... General Mapruvim's... it's kind of in the middle of a devastating war, but yeah, it gets a lot more weird sex. It starts becoming a lot more weird sex stuff than anything else, and it's like, oh, sweet mother of God. And yeah, there's a lot. And it does not hide much from the imagination. Let's just say that. So Tales of Gore, this is literally a full history of Gore. You want to learn about Gore? This is the place to do. Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, now, I'm going to do this real fast. Twitch, YouTube, please understand that I am expressing what this is in this book as for review purposes. I need to show the people what is actually in this book and kind of tell them that this isn't correct. It is not correct, and you shouldn't be into this too much. So this is kind of like what majority of the artwork is going to be like. You like scantily clad women and being slaves? It's in this book. That's what it is. That's what 95% of this book is going to be about. And I'm going to try my best. Because the thing is, there's a lot of culture, there's a lot of history, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on, but it's like everybody is a slave. And people are slaves, and people are, you know, rugged oil barbarians, and everyone fucks. And let me just go through all the lore bullshit. Okay, so why did I deliberately call this the WEG cycle? Like, why did I call this section the West End game cycle? Because this game actually is Open D6. Yes, this is the Open D6 game. You grab some D6s and you roll. Ghosbusters International directly led to the creation of this game for everybody to enjoy. So thank you, West End Games. You made this happen. Now, the big thing is, it's pretty standard Open D6. You have a skill, you roll that many dice. You have an attribute, you roll that many dice. You might have some pips. Pips go from 1 to effectively go from 1 to 2. If you ever hit a +3, you just get a full dice bonus. So you might roll 5d plus 1 or 5d plus 2. So you would roll 5d6s and add a 2 to it. That's it. If you ever get a +3 by somehow, congratulations. You would roll 6d6 or something like that. That's pretty much it. The normal thing is that you also have the wild die. The wild die is pretty standard. It's a standard dice that you add to your roll. And on a 1, you keep the result and you keep rolling. As long as you keep rolling 1, you keep subtracting to it. So technically it is a negative wild die. And on a 6, it explodes. And on a 1, it de-explodes. It explodes negatively, I guess that would be the correct term. And then we have honor points. Honor points are based on the culture, and the more you adhere to the honor of the particular clan or particular story, the more you're actually going to get those points. So, for example, this is my character that I made for Gore. This is Chippy the Toad, a philosopher. He's part of the philosopher class. I thought it would be only appropriate to bring Chippy back. And as you can see, it's pretty standard stuff. Like, this is not what we would like to call like a deep game by any stretch of the imagination. This is not a deep game. D6 system isn't really supposed to be very deep. Everything is really much based off these, it's like agility, arts, body, reason, charm, dexterity. Those are your core attributes, and most everything you're going to do is going to be based off those attributes in one way or another. How do you determine your movement? It's based entirely off your dexterity. I believe it's your agility. How do you base your health off? It's based entirely off of your body score. That's really all it is. And sometimes you can do various skills, such as, let's say I have a fitness 2. Technically, I have 2. I can add my fitness to it. And maybe my endurance is 1, that I get to add certain things based off my dice for rolling endurance, for rolling this. Hello, Kiaxips. Welcome. Star Wars D6, yeah. It is based off the original WEG D6 system, don't get me wrong. But it's kind of Ghostbusters was the progenitor to that system. So it's kind of following the family tree, you end up here. And the thing is, it's not exactly a complicated game. That's the thing. It doesn't need to be complicated. And it's like, all right, it's like, okay, this game's pretty fun. Like, it's pretty interesting. I like the D6 system. I've played it before. I had a lot of fun with it. And because it's a simple system, but it gives you enough options to kind of play around with. You get some toys to play with, and you're having fun. You're like, all right, kick ass. Like, it doesn't need to be very complex. And gender is hugely important on Gore. As such, gender differences appear in rules as standard, though you are free to ignore them if you wish, and many will choose to do so. Gender differences, however, are important to the broad context of politics and society of Gore, and the physical supremacy of men in particular is important. And then, this is like quoting crime statistics. In the real world, 15% difference in average weight, 6 inches on average height, 30% difference in strength, 10% difference in red blood cell count, 50% greater lung capacity in men, and numerous other differences. It is like saying that RuneQuest is responsible for the creation of Fatal, to a degree. Because the thing is, back in the day, you gotta think about it like this, Barrick. Back in the way back, and you ended up with these systems that are still used today in some degree. You can trace back a lot of D100 systems straight back to Call of Cthulhu, for example. You can trace back a lot of D20 systems straight back to D&D. It's far removed, but you can still trace it. Especially when it comes to why OpenD6 came to be. Because one of the big things with OpenD6 is after the studio, pretty much after Palmer, I can't remember his fucking name at this point, pretty much after Palmer's game failed miserably, he made OpenD6. He said, I cannot be trusted with the D6 system any longer. Everyone do whatever you want with it. And he opened it up to the masses. That's effectively what occurred there. So, to a degree, West End Games is responsible. That's what I'm kind of trying to get across there. Uh, oh, yeah, here's all these, like, again, here's all these statistics. And then women are thought to have different brain connectivity, better language skills, and better long-term endurance and pain talk. Like, you could scrap this entire section, just like erase it, and nothing would change in this section. Absolutely nothing would change. But it was felt that it was appropriate. Void differences across the broad demographic in general because of politics. Because characters are exceptional. As such, you might want to use these for non-player characters, but ignore it for player characters. Died to include gender differences, which is entirely up to you. Like, he keeps mentioning this, but he's already made it weird. Like, that's the idea. You've made it weird. You know, he gets +2 pips in body. Males are culturally expected to work, to fight, to sacrifice themselves to defend free women. 1 pip in charisma, 1 pip in dexterity. Subject to constant threat of enslavement, and are expected to defend their honor and to act with propriety, so long as they are free. You made it weird. That's the entire thing. You made it weird. Like, this is like the entire, like, I think this is just kind of like a microcosm of the entire set. This is just, you made it weird all of a sudden. Like, you didn't need to make it weird, but you made it weird. And now it's like, oh god. So, it goes over how, like, wealth is calculated, pretty standard stuff. Equipment is calculated, which is nothing. You get no equipment in this game unless you have money. So expect to be a oiled barbarian at all times. So, you are expected to be pretty tough. Again, 3 is the average, like, regular human. Like Chippy here, Chippy has an agility of 3, an arts of 2, a body of 3, reason 3, charm 4, and dexterity 2. He's not the fastest man alive, however, he kind of makes up for it with his agile abilities. And the one thing about this game you also have to remember, it's not written very well. Because it says right here, if you're making characters without a template, because they really want you to use a template to make characters, you have 18 dice to spread among your dice. For all your attributes, you can trade 1 dice for 3 plus 1s. So, attribute level, again, cripple, weak, average, strong, Olympian. So, we go over all our basic, you know, body, your reason. Art is always kind of a weird one, but I guess it kind of applies to as kind of like the open attribute usually you find in D6 games. It's like, alright. Next we get skills. Skills are the best in this game. I want you all to remember that skills are the absolute best in Tales of Gore. Because you look at it, you're like, what the fuck? So, let's do our skill levels. Because they don't actually tell you how many dice you get for your skills in the section of skills. You have to go all the way to the end of the book, almost. End of the character creation section to get it. Why? I genuinely do not know. I think it is really dumb. So it's like acrobatics, aesthetics, use your raw arts attribute, appreciation of beauty and craftsmanship. All right, animal handling, just art, athletics, blades, bluff, bow. All right, burglary. All right. Then you have care. When you would normally just be rolling your dexterity, you can roll your care skill. Care is your ability to move with your hands slowly and gently and with precision. Like, carrying a cup without spilling a drop, extracting wire. It's like, okay, charisma, clubs. Like, all right, many of these make sense. Where was the funny one? Technically, you could be culture, other people's societies and culture. Cool, we like the culture attribute. Escapology was the one that broke someone I was reading this with. Escapology is the art of breaking free of bonds, chains, and ties. In a culture of bondage and enslavement. You're making it weird. This is a useful skill. I just like that. Like, sometimes this is like called like break free or like escape artist, but escapology always makes, like, that is a funny word to say. Fist fight, fitness. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit weird. You can have the initiative stat. Like, I always thought that was a bit weird. Then Kaisa. Kaisa is a full skill. It's a game similar to chess played by Gorians. It is extremely seriously. So you can pretty much invest in a chess skill, navigation, philosophy. Yes, you can just have the philosophy skill. Natural intelligence, the learning tricks to recognize patterns, think laterally, and overcome natural instincts. Pleasure. Here we are, everybody. Here it is, everybody. Here's the pleasure skill. Sex is of central importance to Gorians in both giving and taking. Yes, you can invest in the pleasure skill if you want. And those who own pleasure slaves take delight not only in extracting pleasure from their property, but inducing paroxysms of lust in that property. You read something, you're like, what the fuck? We have poetry. Okay, writing. Yeah, okay, this looks pretty cool. All right, rope work. Oh, you're getting weird now. Like, see, this takes on a different context. Run, say, like, scholar, and then we have slave handling. Yes, slave handling is a full skill in this game. Can you slave max? Yes, you can. Become the ultimate slaver. Yeah, training and breaking of slaves is much more psychological than physical ones. Skill a slave to train slaves, force compliance, bring a slave to understand their new state of being and status. Of some knowledge, yeah, skilled slaves are much thought of, but many Gorians, especially men, will have some knowledge of how to train and handle a slave. Break their will and transform them from resentful, bitter, disobedient captor into a responsive, pliant, joyful slave. Oh, God! You'll also notice that there are some things that just look odd, like, oh, whips are bolded for some reason. No, there's no reason to why whips are now bolded and others are not. You'll notice singing doesn't have the capitalized S. I think that's just to, like, keep the size alright. But that also doesn't make any sense because trading's all the ways down here. Yeah, it's weird. It's an odd game. And then we have traits. Traits are pretty much like things. You can select up to 3 traits. And there's things like bounty, red slave. You can just be Ubermonsk. You can be famous. Like, oh boy, like pleasure slaves. You can be big, man of earth, a midget. Yes, you can technically, you can just choose to be a midget. I don't know why they chose to use this term, but it's here, and we all have to look at it now. It's right there. Or have a slave heart. It's... You look at it, you're like, what the fuck? Why? Why is there so many slave stuff in this game? And it's like, yeah, because that's gore. That's Gorian culture. That's what they wanted. And here are all the various, builder codes and how to kind of do all that. They have cast of warriors. It's like, you look at it, you're like, what the fuck? And then it's like, oh boy, here's the cast of thieves, like this, like, oh no. Oh no. Outside of that, it's D6 system. Here's your very easy, moderate, difficult, heroic even. Things get hard, things get easier. Combat is pretty standard. Nothing is really like jumping out, like this is weird and different. You'll never even see this before. You can read the Open D6 SRD right now if you want. You can literally stop watching the stream, open up the Open D6 SRD, and know exactly what's going on. Because that's what it is. That's all it is. Like, there's nothing really, like, fascinating or interesting here when it comes to the actual mechanics of the game. It's just everything around those mechanics, which confuse the shit out of me in more ways than one. And you look at it, you're like, we're sure, right? We're not losing our minds here. Like, no, this is completely fine. And, it goes over, like, mounts and, like, what the mounts look like. Oh, wow, look, everybody, this is so much fun. It's like, oh, boy. They kind of go in, like, what are the adventures looking like? Here's how to create adventures. It's like, oh, all right. And here's the thing with Tales of Gore. Here's the big thing. And like I could go over like all the little details, and if you take it as what it is, here's the thing. If you take it as exactly what it is, Tales of Gore is kind of interesting. It's taking a very unique thing. We actually don't have a lot of games with. Like we don't actually have that many kind of Sword and Planet games out there that aren't trying too hard or with like a very specific concept in mind. Cavaliers of Mars, for example. Cavaliers of Mars is technically a Sword and Planet game, but it's a Sword and Planet game with a very particular, oh geez, very particular set of ideas and of concepts. It's not really about Sword and Planet necessarily, it's more about Sword and Planet and colonialism. And, you know, twirling your mustache around and, ha ha! It's time! We're going to invade Mars! Like, that's what it's about, Jesus. That's what it's about, you know. But this game actually is like, yeah, it's a weird planet. You have, you know, here's like the Kerr aliens, which are giant alien monsters that like really like women, just because that's a thing. Don't think about it too hard. You really shouldn't. Stop it. Stop it now. And how do I want to word this? How do you word this properly? Let's what's a good image kind of to leave this off on? No, that's boobies. We can't have boobies on Twitch. I will get banned off existence. Uh, there's actually no, that's boobies. God, there's a lot of boobs in this game. Oh no, oh no. We'll go up. So I kind of sped through it because there isn't really that much you haven't seen before. You know about Open D6, you've already know about Tales of Gore, but what are the issues? What was I kind of vibing on there for a second? What I'm kind of trying to say at the end of the day is that Tales of Gore takes a fairly interesting concept. It's about gore. It's about this very strange world, this very strange culture, and there's a lot of history, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And you're like, cool, there's some interesting ideas here. But like a meal of all your favorite stuff, every single thing that you like in your meal, and you got a nice plate on it, you're like, oh boy, and then someone takes a giant shit in the middle of it, and all the things that you like are there. The D6 system is there, it works great, kind of the Sword and Planet idea is there. You just have this giant shit in the middle of your meal, because it really wants you to get into the Gorian subculture. It wants you to embrace that. And somebody is gonna like that. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is that it's gore. If you don't like gore, if that's the idea of like, we're in a weird slave setting where everybody is slaves and boobs and sex and enslaved people, haha, women are weak, haha. If that isn't vibing with you, this isn't going to change your mind at all. This isn't going to be like, this is the game for me. No. Gore is weird. It's a weird setting. This game doesn't really help it at all. Because the people who want a gore role play game are role playing in Second Life right now. They're having a ball right now because they get to do weird sex stuff without having to roll dice. That's fine. Like, we're okay with that. This is the kind of game that says, make sure to min-max your pleasure scale, so because you're a pleasure slave, and don't forget to take the slave mind, and make sure you're a bread slave too, and make sure you're the best pleasure slave around. You look at it, you're like, what the fuck? You don't want to believe it even, girl. It's like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is like, oh, no, no, no. Oh, Lord. Oh, by God. And it's there, and it's just kind of sitting there, and you gotta... Is there a better game for this? Probably. It's there. It's out there that you can play probably right now that does this without any of the gory aspects. Is it a bad game? No, because it's OpenD6. It's not a bad game. Do I want to play in gore, though? I don't want to play in gore. I like the ideas, don't like the execution. Because you kind of, you made it weird. It made it weird. So, what is the next game on the cycle? Oh, it's that one. Okay, everybody. Who's ready for it? Who's ready for a very special game? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Give me 1 second. I just need to post a very special image in my Discord. Just to make sure that everybody knows what time it is. And Innocent Doge, I think you need... Lone Ranger, Innocent Doge, I think you need to go away for a second. What's the fucking even file name? Ah. Come on, where are you? Ah. There we go. Welcome to the JR experience. Welcome to the Dallas RPG. What is Dallas? What is Dallas? What is this? What is this game? What is this thing? Now, Dallas, back in the day, was a fairly popular soap opera, effectively. So, let's just Google this real fast. So, Dallas, actually, God, I should do Dallas TV show. Dallas, back in the day, was a 1978 television show, and it was actually probably one of the most popular shows back in the day. The show was huge. It was about the Ewing clan, a clan of Texan oil magnates who were fabulously rich and had to deal with the day-to-day of being effectively super rich people in that era. It was about power. It was about, rage, and it was about these people who were working together. And for a very long time, it was by far to be one of the most popular shows ever on U.S. stations. It was by far, so for, let's see, through its fourth to eighth season, it was either number 1 or number 2, which is pretty insane for a while. Their ratings were massive. It kind of fell off at the end of the day, but these were fairly massive. These were very big. It was the Saturday night show. Everyone was like, holy shit, this show is amazing. 14 seasons, 357 episodes, and has kind of cemented itself as the show that kind of defined a certain aspect. It was the reason why we got so many different kinds of shows. Oh, you just played City of Dallas. No, Dallas was the show. His longest running full hour primetime dramas. These were hour-long shows. 357 episodes. It's like only things like Gunsmokes, Law and Order, Grey's Anatomy, fucking Bonanza, and the Law and Order. Those are the only ones that really kind of beat it in size. And it was really popular for a while there. However, one company got contracted in 1980, 2 years after it's pretty much its second season. Got contracted. Welcome to SPI. Now, some of you may know SPI. Some of you may not know SPI. SPI Games, they had a few. They were called Simulations Publications Incorporated, and they were initially a wargame magazine. They made a bunch of things, and they won a bunch of awards for a lot of their war games, because that's what they did. They did war games. Now, you may have heard a few of these games before, and as you can see, Battle of Germany, Battlefleet Mars, Berlin 85, including the campaign for North Africa. Yes, one of the largest, most unplayable fucking war games of all time. They made. Super detailed, intensive simulation designed for maximum realism. Game's almost impossible to play. And they also made a lot of other things, too. They made, where was the one that I saw that I thought was very fascinating? Gondor, Siege of Minas Tirith, King Arthur, Battle of Stonehenge. They also made the War for Middle-earth game. Yes, War for Middle-earth. These guys actually made War of the Ring, in fact. And War in the East, War in Europe, Wellington's Victory Battle. Like, these guys were a war game powerhouse back in the day. These guys made bank. These guys were top of the game. These were the main chief fucking rivals of TSR. Every step of the way, SPI was ready and going. However, things went wrong. Effectively, back in the late 80s, they wanted to make they made a call. They got a bunch of funding, and they were going like, the wargaming industry is going to expand. We're going to make a big old thing. And to expand its customer base, they made Dallas, the game we're looking at now in 1980. It was a disaster. No fucking money came from it. They hemorrhaged money. So, don't worry, we'll make more money in the 80s. We'll make more money. We'll higher profits, but only more sales happened. And then they needed more venture capital. And then they didn't have enough venture capital. So they got a loan. They got a loan from TSR. And the note was guaranteed by every single one of SPI's games, by many of their assets. And they used cash to pay venture capitalists. Broke but happy, as they say. 2 weeks later, TSR called on the note. TSR effectively put a gun to their rival's head and then pulled the fucking trigger. Old Yeller to that bitch behind the shed. There was no... it was dead. And they died. Pretty horribly, in fact. And inventory stock in early 80, they kind of fled in early 82. And the weird thing is TSR said, we own SPI, but then they had to be responsible for their debts. But what happened was they took all of their assets, all of SPI's assets, pretty much all their IPs and things like that, all their production, and pretty much told all the people who subscribed to their magazines to fuck off. And left SPI's owner in debt still. Yeah, TSR was a bastard back in the day. But it would be amusing that some of ex-SPI guys would go on to join Avalon Hill, which Avalon Hill and in turn SPI and TSR would go and eventually join the monolith that is Hasbro. So there's a degree of justice, el justice, to the entire endeavor. Even though at the end of the day, there isn't really much else there. I thought it was fascinating. Now, who actually made the Dallas RPG? Who actually made this game? You kind of see here James F. Dunningham. And if you scroll down here, this is a scan, obviously, because did you really think we could actually make that? Because James F. Dunningham, I actually looked up this guy. And James F. Dunningham actually is a fascinating creature. This is, let me see if does he have a picture of him on this side? No. Let me see if I can bring a picture of him. So, this is James Dunningham. You kind of see him right here in the corner. It isn't really that huge. You kind of see him right there. As you can see, there's the SBI logo. James F. Dunningham made a lot of things. Because one of the big things that this fucking guy was a military political analyst, defense and State Department consultant, and war game designer. This was kind of like a side thing for him almost. And what did he actually... He wrote a bunch of books. He co-authored a bunch of things. And most of his games, though, were war games. Panzergruppe Gudlin, a NATO division commander, War in the West, War in Europe, 1914, Jutland, Napoleon at Waterloo, War in the Pacific, Battle for Germany, War in the Patrol, Origins of World War II, Revolt in the East, Victory at Sea, Battle of the Bulge, and Dallas. Yes, they hired effectively a man who is a one-man super machine when it comes to the creation of war games to make a tabletop role-playing game in 1980. There wasn't really any kind. It's so sad. Avalon Hill was with Coast are both under Hasbro. Hasbro bought it. I mean, that was kind of what I was talking about earlier when it comes to the decline era. They merged together. But yeah, no, this James F. Dunningham, a guy who does war games, got told to write the Dallas television role-playing game, which was actually one of the first real big licensed games out there. And one of probably the first role-playing games out there. That's weird to think about. One of the first role-playing games that really hit the market was the fucking Dallas game. Now, but one thing I want you to do, I want you all to close your eyes as I go through this game. I want you to imagine now all these story games. Because the thing is, you don't really make characters in the Dallas role-playing game. You take character roles. You play as one of the major characters from the television show. And you have to deal with all of their various assigned attributes and their problems and what they have. While the director is your game master. Alright. You have major characters, minor characters, and organizational characters. What this effectively means is a major character is one of the main casts from the show. That's something like playing JR, for example. Minor characters are people who are side characters, we could say. They don't really play a major point. They have kind of these truncated stats, and they usually give something if they're in your corner. Organizational characters are an institution of some sort. And these are things like the Texas Rangers, the Ewing Oil Company. They can't control anything. However, they usually have broader reach. They have a fairly large power. So what are the attributes to this game? Like what's the actual gameplay? Well, it's a 2d6 game. And that may sound a little bit odd, and it is odd. Because what you're supposed to do, because there's a sequence of play. So what's the plan? So we're gonna play. What do we need to do? Well, the goal is for every episode to reach your victory conditions. Because there's victory points in this game. Yes, there are victory points in the Dallas role-playing game. Because you can win and lose in this game. And immediately, you're probably thinking, what? What? I can win? Yeah, you can win. There's a clear antagonism between some of the characters because they always want separate things. They want something, you want something, your cat wants something. Everybody is fighting over things, and it's kind of weird to think about. But if you, again, take the idea that this is a wargame writer, it suddenly makes sense. So you write down your victory conditions and any notes that you have, and then you set the phase. So the directive says you set the scene. All right, any new characters are around, and then the players negotiate. Yes, this is called the negotiation scene, which is role-playing scene, effectively. And it's like saying, well, I have these 3 characters in my corner and this company. You have the plot device I need for this scene, and you also have these 2 things. So in exchange for the plot device, I'm going to give you 2 of my characters to use this time, but we're only loaning. I'm going to give you back the plot device if you give me back these characters. And like, okay, that makes complete sense. And everyone shakes hands and it's like, okay. Yeah, that's a phase in this game, which leads to the conflict phase. Then you have to do the conflict resolution. And it's like, all right. And usually when it comes to the conflict phase is that you're trying to affect someone and to give you something. I want to affect you to give me something, or I want to affect you to stop you from getting something. That's pretty much what it is. So after the negotiation, they even say like there isn't really any rules for negotiation. You can do whatever the hell you want as long as it kind of makes sense. But it doesn't even really need to make any sense. It just needs to work. As long as it works, it's fine, but also not fine. It just power, that's all you need to look. Look at your sleep paralysis demon and laugh. Laugh, monkey, laugh. But during the conflict state, you compare one another's character's attributes. Now, this is where things get weird and strange, very strange, and something that's kind of difficult to explain well. So instead, I'm going to bring up a literal notepad document to explain it. So let's say I am going to persuade you, and I have a persuasion score of 23. And you have a persuasion defense of 16. All right. I have a higher persuade than you do. So this doesn't nearly say that I automatically win. But let's say you also have a card, you have someone in your court that gives you a +2 to your defense. So technically you have an 18. So we compare our attributes together. So I have a 23, you have an 18, and 23 minus 18, let me just make sure I'm going to do my math right so it doesn't look like a complete fucking goblin, is going to be 5. Wow, 5. That's not very high. It's very close. Okay, so what do we need to do now? Well, I need to roll a 2d6 and try to hit under your 5. That 5. Yeah, that's it. I need to roll 2d6, roll under 5. And if I succeed, I've affected you. If I don't succeed, I don't. That's the system. That is literally how the game is played. It is very odd, like very strange. And once we kind of started going over like resisting character, protected, and whether or not the modifications for power will be made, because there's a lot of things outside of that, and it, results in affecting character, gaining control of a character, acquiring information, obtaining a plot device, and/or assuming another player's power marker. Yeah, and the other thing is, in the event of a successful effect attempt, resisting character may also use his luck value. Yes, anytime you technically get affected, you can use luck to immediately re-roll equal to or less than the luck value. The otherwise successful effect attempt is unsuccessful. There is a weird Benny mechanic in the middle of this all, which can just say no. Now, this is what a majority of the actual characters are going to look like. These are literally cards of some sort. And they have, they might have a special modifier, they have their luck value, and these are their stats. So, for example, Esteban here, Esteban can't really coerce everybody, but he's pretty good at defending against it. But he's relatively persuasive, but he isn't really that good at anything else. Like, this is what he's very valuable for. Like, he has He's got some value, but maybe you need Esteban. Just think, maybe you need Esteban to actually even win the game. What if somebody has Esteban and you need him to complete your objective, to actually complete your victory conditions? Conflict. Ta-da! Conflict. We've done it, everybody. Now, the results depend on what you're actually using. Persuasion is fairly standard. Relinquish control of a plot device, come under the control. Alright, nothing special with persuasion. Coercion is kind of your, I would say, aggressive move for it. Information upon demand, relinquish control, or you can attempt to affect upon demand any other character of the affecting character's choice. So, let's say I affect Esteban, and I want Esteban to make a persuasion check against somebody else, and they have a big penalty to, against Esteban or something. That's effectively what you can do with coercion. And the thing is, if you are unsuccessful, though, you mess up. Everyone else gets to make a roll to see if they don't get them, because you pretty much, they've said, well, go fuck yourself. I'm gonna now, I'm now in Jock's corner, or I'm now in Sarah's corner. I'm in just another person's corner right now because I just don't like you. All right. And usually when you make like an investigation check, you can discover identities of various corners, and you can make talents or criminal activities, survive misfortunes. That's kind of the idea. And every now and again, you can use power. You have these little power markers for some characters, and if you add a power point, you increase the ability by 1. Except with coercion, which it's 3. And if you're resisting, you can use a power marker. Everyone literally has this weird mana pool that they can draw from to exclude how powerful they are. Yes, the power of JR's hat. The sleep paralysis nightmare demon has power, and he can affect anything with it. Now, this game is fascinating. I think this game is just amazing. Just in a completely bizarre, like, what the fuck am I doing here? Because, instead of making like an affected chance, you can protect a character. If you protect characters, all of their resistances go by 3. Actually, increase by 1 effect attempt made them. Oh no! Protects 1 character and may use only 2 characters maximum. Because that's the entire idea, is that you can use all of the side characters you have and then use them to literally throw your characters at an enemy to try to affect them multiple times. It's like having 4 characters being like, we're going to work together to do this. Or having like the Texas Rangers try to convince you of what's going on, or investigate you or something. It's like, oh, okay. And sometimes you might do something illegal, like, oh no. And depending on, like, any power added to investigation is doubled, and any following adjustments are made to the dice roll. You subtract 2 for any misdemeanor, 4 for any minor felony, and 6 for major penalties. Oh no. And yeah, this is an entire way to gather more victory points, is obtaining arrest warrants, getting indictments, getting a conviction, and then you lose all your power for the rest of the episode. It's not out of the game. Appeals could take years. It's like, what? Yeah, and there's a specific how to win section. And then it's going to, now I'm going to read through, because that's the entire game right there. There's only 6 pages of rules in the actual game. The rest of the game boils down to these episode names. So I'm just going to read out the first episode. So, The Mexican-American community in a small town near South Fork is buzzing over the rumored discovery of an authentic Spanish land grant. The lengthy court case over this document could seriously disrupt real estate transactions. J.R. Ewing is eager to make something of the situation. Jock is worried. Miss Ellie is even more worried than the situation seems to warrant. She has spent a lot of time on the phone and is traveling into town. Sue Ellen, feeling generally unhappy, has been going into town to indulge in shopping sprees, and J.R. has cut her allowance. Bobby is consolidating his position in the Ewing Oil Company. Pam has got involved in the local media scene, writing a little and cultivating her contacts. Lucy has been running with a fast crowd on campus, and the university is going to crack down. That may go hard on her. She's caught in the middle of it. Ray Krebs seemed to be playing amateur Texas Ranger regarding some strange going on in the farthest rangeland. It's not a dull time in Dallas. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, and you have very particular goals in mind, and you put together a formidable array of items, and like you have to control 5 of the following. You have to bribe the Justice Department, you have to have the Texas Rangers, MX Nevillestone, the local press, the local police, Senator's press conference, but you start with the land grant that nobody knows about. Nobody knows you have the land grant, and the Ewing Oil Company. But Sue Ellen's got Esteban Cruz, and Jock, oh no, Jock has all these things that he needs pretty much just to dab on his own oil company. Like, that's all he wants, that he just wants to keep people in his pocket. And you look at this, and it goes over things for you, like, yeah, like at every couple scenes, special information. It's like, okay, item 1, you should use, like, on items call for introduction of cards, you place the table face down. So Jock has a bad case of indigest. Jock is not in the next scene and loses control of all but 2 characters. Like, okay, automobile accident, oh no. Sue Ellen's reckless spending pays off. She hits the Irish sweepstakes, increasing her persuasion by 4 for the rest of the episode. Anonymous letter detailing what JR is up to. 4 tickets to the Cowboy Redskins football game. Add 4 to any persuasion. Just get here's some tickets to the Cowboys game. That's an item you can get. And individual scenes have various people in them, and people are here and people are there, and you look at it, you're like, what the fuck? So actually, in the screenwriter's guide, also written by James Dunningham, it goes over, like, here's how you teach the rules, here's how modifying scripts, and here's how to, like, oh no, if you have fewer than 9 players. yeah, here's just, oh, sorry, you don't have 9 players. Like, what? Like keeping records and how to write your own script. I think this was fascinating personally, because it's like, how do you write some scripts? Like, you need to add some certain scenes, and oh no, you gotta do plot devices, like contacts inside the FBI, the local police, or Texas Rangers allow you to increase your resistance against these situations. Should be reusable. Like, plot devices are literally items that just play a major call, like a major thing. And it's like, oh, character biographies. It goes into almost every single one of the characters in the show of one way or another. Oh, you want the Mexican American Farm Workers Union, the MAFWU, combat discrimination in the Rio Grande Valley. At first non-violent, but after repeated confrontation with the Rangers, MAFWU is now very violent. The local police, Texas Railroad Commission. And yeah, director character, maybe using special effects. Longhorn steers, quarter stallion. And they're going to go over how, like, the entire show's history, like, why it works this way. Here's some sample scenes. And here's every single major character. All their stats, how they work. Because you have things like Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen is a fantastic seductress. She can seduce anybody, pretty much, within its insane 27, especially Krebs. Yeah, he gets a he gets a pretty nasty penalty against Sue Ellen. But she also has a like raw 20. She's actually better at resisting JR's seduction than JR is at seducing her. Because they hate each other. It's like, oh, alright. But Pamela Ewing also has her as like the matriarch godsend superwoman who is unable to be defeated. Cliffy is that way. Bobby Ewing is his own way. He has got his own stats. He's a damn good investigator. And you look at it, you're like, I'm fascinated in this game by just like pure bizarrity. Because like, here's character 1. They're going to tell you how to play JR. They're going to tell you how to play Jock. They're going to tell you how to play every single one of these characters. And all of the additional issues that come with it. And as you can kind of tell, you were supposed to to remove sheets, fold back and forward among, and carefully tear across the dotted line. You can even see these slightly in the scan I have. You're supposed to tear these out. Just like a war game would. Which, this is kind of the major thing with this game. One of the major fascinations with the entirety of the Dallas RPG. And here's a bunch of options for each character. Some of them have specials, like MX Neville Stones, a Texas publisher. He has 5 power. You can dump power into things that he got. Plus 1 attempt to affect local press, local government, the bunk shares. And each of them have different bonuses and different penalties, and they're all kind of working together, but also not working together. Japanese trading, like Nikki Habuchi is here, Alexis Blanchard, the secret informer, JJ Peterson. Like, all of these characters are always here, they're always working together, they're working against each other, and I find these fascinating, of a different era. Because if you, like, even now, like, this in the back, like, this would be the back of the book. It's like, oh yeah, subscribe to Ares for the Barbarian Kings expansion. Or here, a magazine for gamers, strategy and tactics. And like, oh wow, look at all these other SPI games. Conflict, it's war, actually fantasy. Is the Dallas game good? We'll rest on JR Sleep Paralysis Demon Face. Is Dallas a good game? Is Dallas interesting or fascinating or good? No. No, it's not good. It's genuinely not. However, is Dallas fascinating? Yeah, I think Dallas is a fascinating little piece of history for 2 reasons. Not only because it killed SPI, but because Dallas was fundamental, and I believe setting some stones for what would come later. Because if you were paying attention, if you were kind of listening in, you could probably tell there were some things where it's like, wait, affecting, there's partial successes, there's some luck mechanics in there. This sounds a lot like playbooks. And yeah, to a degree, like, it's one of those things, like, is a lot of these kind of more narrative-focused games with things like playbooks and things, do they own some DNA? Does the mighty hat of JR and his 15-gallon hat have a little bit of DNA, like a fucking Mongolian conqueror in all of these games? I think so. Because narrative games have always been a part of this. It always has been. The way we think of, like, oh, well, all role-playing games were about... Does that mean Dallas is responsible for the creation of thirsty sword lesbians? To a degree. Like, people think, like, oh, back in the day it was always about war and about conflict, and it was like, there was none of this narrative stuff. No, this came out in 1980. There were these old school games of pure narrative. You don't get into fights in this game. You don't have fucking JR rip his shirt off and try to throw down. No, absolutely not. That's not what this game is about at all. It's about drama and bullshit. It's one of the reasons probably why it wasn't very popular back in the day. But here's the thing. If you were to release this game now, make it generic, of course, but like release the game now. Am I saying this game would be a smash hit? No, I'm not saying it would be a smash hit. I'm saying there is a non-zero chance that this game would be popular in certain circles. That this game would be, this theoretical Dallas OSR, this Dallas OSR game would be popular in certain circles, and those certain circles would be like, this is the narrative game for me. Dallas OSR. Maybe I'll do that for April. My April Fool's joke, just make the release the Dallas RPG. This SRD, the entire thing, like, this is how you play. If you want to play your very own Dallas SRD, it's right here. But I find it just a fascinating piece of history, you could say, of the time. And if you're like a Dallas mega fan, cool. Because the thing is, like, I can't even say, like, play it if you want to have some funnies, ha ha ha. Because probably the vast majority of people who would, like, even think about looking for this have never heard of Dallas. I'm assuming not many people outside the US have ever heard of Dallas, let alone Dallas the television show with J.R. Ewing, the sleep paralysis nightmare demon, before us. That's not a thing, really. We actually would make a sitcom or two heavily inspired by Dallas RPG, which, ironically enough, Satan Wore Snakeskin was actually partially inspired by Dallas, kind of that same concept in a degree of kind of affecting it. And honestly, if I were to go back to it, that's what I would do. Like, it's kind of play into it a little bit more, because there are some interesting ideas in this game. It's a bizarre game, but is this like a tabletop role-playing game? No. I think this was part of that transitionary period between we're all war gamers and role-playing games. Well, we would traditionally think of role-playing games. Dallas is to actually, how do I want to word this? Dallas is to war games as Chainmail was to D&D. I think that would be a good way. It's Chainmail's a war game with some, like, personal, like, small-scale combat rules in it. Dallas is a war game they accidentally put actual conversations in. Because it plays like a war game. Like, here's some victory conditions, here's some problems you need to do. And partially that's because of what the customer base of SPI. The other half is just this bizarre thing about it. Like, it's a fascinating piece of history, especially when you consider it's one of the oldest games out there. This is probably the oldest game I've currently reviewed on this, site, the oldest game I've ever reviewed on this channel. And it's a fascinating history lesson more than anything. So what is the next game we're going to be going over? What is the next one? I'm actually going to open up my little notepad document. We are going to be going over, so let's see. Yes. Welcome to Jim Henson's Labyrinth, the adventure game. Ooh. Yes, Labyrinth was an 80's movie, very popular for David Bowie's Bulge. And for those who don't know what Labyrinth is, it was actually a very fascinating fantasy movie about a girl trying to find her baby brother who's been kidnapped by the Goblin King, and she has to navigate a vast labyrinth in 13 hours or forever lose both herself and her brother. It's weird, it's mysterious, and it's also very puppety. And Labyrinth itself, no, we will not. We cannot because Dallas is still owned by TNT, I believe. Like Dallas is like they remade Dallas a few years ago, like 5 years ago, I think they remade Dallas. So Labyrinth is a yes, showtimes for Labyrinth. They're already kind of showing it at local theaters because it's a very popular movie. It came out in 1986. It was directed by Jim Henson. Now, who is Jim Henson? As you see, Jim Henson was kind of one of the first guys who did things like Sesame Street. He developed the Muppet characters. All of your favorite puppets from the Muppets are his. You know that little character, you fucking Bert, Bert and Ernie? Oh, Miss Piggy and Kermit, like Jim Henson was doing a lot of things. Jim Henson passed away in 1990. At 53. Jeez, he was young. But yeah, he was a puppeteer. That was his kind of big thing. He was a puppeteer. He worked on Sesame Street for years, and then he moved on to, in the late 70s and 80s, into bigger things like the Muppets movie and the Great Muppet Caper. If you can't quite get he worked on The Empire Strikes Back. I'm literally just reading. Now, his big thing was the Dark Crystal. Yes, this is Jim Henson's work. This is the Dark Crystal. Very puppet driven, very fascinating. No human characters at all. If you haven't watched Dark Crystal, watch it. It's very good. And he would eventually go on to make Labyrinth in 1986, and this was the one that he directed by himself. It was also a commercial disappointment. But it is very much a cult classic. It's a movie that people from the era still love, and it's weird and it's crazy, and David Bowie's Bulge is there because he's Jareth, King of the Goblins, and it was big, it was scary, it was weird, and it was very much his own. Labyrinth has really kind of set the stage for a lot of people because people really enjoy it. And even now we see, New York Times, Labyrinth had a budget of 25 million. Future film, poor reception. Let's see. First met critical response upon release over the years, reevaluated by critics and gained a large cult following. There was a comic sequel, Return to Labyrinth by Tokyo Pop. Yeah, Jim Henson's Return to the Lab, January 2016. A sequel was in development with Nicole Perlman, and it was more of a spin-off. So yeah, if you want to read the manga before you watch the show. But yeah, Labyrinth was huge. And you can't really talk about Labyrinth without... And now we've established what Labyrinth is, we need to go over who did this. So, who actually wrote this game? Who actually made this game? So, we scroll down a little bit. Oh, the adventure game. Now, notice that it says not the role-playing game, but the adventure game. That's very distinct to know, and we'll get to that in a minute. And the company that made this was called River Horse Studios. Right here, River Horse. Which is a play on thing for elephant. And very fascinating. And here were the main people. So, the adventure was written by Ben Milton, rules by Jack Caesar, and got some, we got some other thing. Like, okay, like who, River Horse Studios, what are these guys? Well, this is River Horse. They are a UK firm, a UK company, and they do license games. A lot of license games. An absurd amount of licensed games. And their site is also run by apparently monkeys because it never loads correctly. But they have things such as Jim Henson's Labyrinth, Jim Henson's Dark Crystal adventure game, The Hunger Games, the board game, Highlander, the board game, Pacific Rim, the board game, more like miniatures game, which are actually fairly huge, and they've done pretty successful for themselves. So, we go to the Kickstarter. Their Pacific Rim Kickstarter actually did excessively well, 182 over $35,000 goal. And they have done Crowdfunder, which failed, Hunger Games, Pacific Rim, Highlander, Waterloo, this is one of their classics, and a couple weird tarot games. And it's all by this guy, Alessio Cavatore. Now, what is Alessio Cavatore? Who is this guy? Alessio Cavatore is, which can be roughly summarized as the man who wrote every single game at every time. It's actually kind of insane what this guy has written. He wrote several supplements for Warhammer Fantasy, rules published 3 main tabletop systems. Yeah, made all rules material published. For Warhammer 40,000, Lord of the Rings in 2006, he wrote the rules for a new edition of Warhammer, which would be Warhammer 5th edition. Yeah, and then he also designed Mordheim. He designed Kings of War. He designed shit like let me see, Bolt Action. And he's done a bunch of these games. And it's like, what the fuck? And Wikipedia has noted that TSR is the successor to SPI. That is technically correct because TSR devoured all of SPI's goods. That's the big thing there, Varric. TSR pretty much took everything, so they were become the successor because they shot SPI and ate its fucking corpse. But yeah, Alessio here has worked on literally everything, and I respect the man immensely because he is insane. And he also, out of all the games he wrote, the one thing that kind of threw me for a loop more than anything, he also has a Terminator Genesis miniatures game. The man wrote My Little Pony Tales of Equestria. Yeah, no, he wrote the My Little Pony game, which is an official Hasbro licensed game, mind you. This isn't just some bullshit that, oh no, I'm not, no, it's not Pony Finder or whatever. No, this is the fully official Hasbro licensed My Little Pony game, Alessio Cavatore said. And he's making money off of it, so fuck it. So fuck me, I guess. But River Horse's entire team, effectively, is dedicated to making these franchise games, scooping up licenses, and just pumping out shit. They do have some work for, helping you design your own game, of, playtesting and all the things that you would normally assume. Now, who actually wrote the rules for this particular game? The Jim Henson's Labyrinth, the adventure game, TM. Well, that would be Jack Caesar here. Now, Jack Caesar, I couldn't actually find much on, because he weirdly hasn't worked on all that much. He worked on the Terminator Dark Fate card game, Lords of Valas, Dragon Bomb. He's done a bunch of, these board games before, but I really couldn't find anything else on him. That's Jack, alright. Jack is back. For some reason, he's in, the bottom. He doesn't have any description or anything, even though he wrote the rules. He's kind of the chief goblin along with his brother, who I assume are twins, because they look very similar to each other. But bought rights to Dallas when buying TSR. No, they did not buy the rights to Dallas. Dallas reverted back to the company who originally owned it. Licensed products get a little bit weird in that regard, but it would go back to Laura Gamar, who got bought out by CBS. Technically, that game, Dallas itself, is abandonware. However, the actual rights to Dallas, very different. But yeah, this is the Jim Henson writing team, which is weird because it's like, here's Alessio. I'm like, oh, cool. And then Alberto, business development, always worked in the internet industry and has founded several companies in the ICT field. Opportunity to explore a new business. He's up here before one of the game designers. all I'm saying, Alessio, my man, hire me. I'm your man. You tell me what to write, I'll write it. But yeah, so that's River Horse. Now, one of the other major players in this game, you can say, one of the other major parts of the game that you need to kind of understand who you're dealing with, is this man right here, Ben Milton. Now, who is Ben Milton? He wrote the actual adventure of the adventure game. Well, Ben Milton is probably best known as the Questing Beast. He is a individual. He's written 2 games and does a lot of reviews, like I do, except of OSR products, and are longer, and shows his face, because I'm a goblin man. These are his 2 sets of rules. He does Knave and Maze Rats, and he won a bunch of awards, I think, for the Viking of Willoughby Hall. Ta-da! That's it, really. That's who he is. He's Questing Beast. When I kind of mentioned him, there was a mixture of like just bile when it came to him. It was like, oh god, Questing Beast. I'm like, I don't know. I don't look at the OSR stuff all that often. Truth be told, I really don't. Oh Jesus. Cancel. There we go. And here we are. This is Questing Beast. He's the one who wrote the main adventure. So let's get down to business. What is this game? This is Jim Henson's Labyrinth. Artwork is beautiful. I actually really like the artworks. But what is the game? Well, we need to go at, oh no, one player is a Goblin King, and all their players are player characters, PCs for short. One thing you're going to notice right away if you do purchase this game is that this game is made for kids. This game is not really made for, like, again, as I kind of stated for, kind of along the lines of, give me 1 second, I gotta break my back here real fucking second. As I kind of mentioned earlier, this game isn't really designed for, like, gamers. Yeah, gamers. It's really designed for people who love Labyrinth, who look at this cover and cream their fucking pants. It's for people like that. And I'll give them credit. It looks the part. It looks great. Love it to death. There isn't actually much game here. So, all right, like, who's going to be the Goblin King? Who's going to be and then my Labyrinth is run with tools. Everything you need to play is in the book. And you need dice. You need D6s. Technically, this is a D6 system. However, the catch is very simple. You will roll 1d6 You will roll 1d6. Occasionally, you will roll 2d6. That's it. Congratulations. I have summarized to you the entirety of the Labyrinth adventure game. We'll get... technically, also, the Goblin King himself gets a character sheet. And let me see if I can't bring that up here really fast. So, this is the Goblin King sheet. And pretty much what this is for is that you write down the NPC's name, what traits they have, what flaws they have, any little notes. You can keep track of the time, because again, you only have 13 hours. Description, who you are, what's your name, and a little portrait. Yeah. Then you have your very basic character sheets. And here's the Goblin King sheet, and here's your character sheet. Now, you may be immediately looking at it and being like, Notepad, where's the rest of the character sheet? And there's a second character sheet, right? Nope, that's it. Yeah, this isn't a dense game, really. This isn't really a dense game at all. There aren't really any things like attributes or health points or anything like that. Not at all. That's not really the point of this game. even equipment is kind of like only one kind of character actually starts with equipment. Nobody else does. And how to run a game. All right, relax. Read the rules. Just read ahead. Run the adventure, because this 299 page book is 250 pages of actually just the adventure. And next we have to pick our kin. These are pretty much our race. And so let's say I want to play a dwarf. Like, okay, we're caretakers of the labyrinth. Dwarves are commonly seen fixing things. You have to roll a d6 to determine your job. That's a trait. And you get to choose one to be your tool. So let's roll. I got a 5. I'm a plumber. And what's my tool? I got a hammer and chisel. Why does a plumber have a hammer and chisel? I don't know. But those are the 2 things I have. Okay, character done. Fireys can throw their own head. Bright orange, covered in soft fur. Always down to party. They have a detachable limbs under traits. They have fire fingers. You kind of see it right there. Goblins. Goblin features under trait. Literally, that's what your ability is. Goblin features. Ta-da! You don't want to be a goblin. There it is. Technically, humans are here. They get an extra bonus trait. And the Knights of Yore, which are all trying to find that. And your name must begin with Sir or Lady. If your name doesn't start with Sir or Lady, are you really a human? And then we have things like Horned Beasts, who can mentally control things. There's what a Horned Beast looks like. And it's a very big flaw. You also can choose to be a worm. You can be blasted out worm, man. That's really it. So my sample character. So I made Sir Ray of the Deer. He's a Knight of Yore. His goal is to find love. His trait is that he is honorable. He's good at singing and dancing. He's also a perverted degenerate. And that's literally the entirety of what you need for a character. Like, there is quite literally nothing else you need to put in. That's it. And because this is what you have to kind of choose for what your traits are. Technically, going by raw, you have 6 traits. These are the only 6 traits in the book. There aren't any like bonus traits. There aren't any like superpowers or whatever. This is what you get. They do effectively say like, hey, you can add in bonus traits if you want, but yeah, and here's things you're bad at. Blunt, you're naive, you're overconfident, you're forgetful, you're a coward, or you're selfish. Cool. There it is. What do you want? You've stolen something from one of the group. 13 hours. All right. Bringing it together. All right. Pretty cool. That's how you make it. That's the game. Like, okay, how do you actually play? Well, if you look right here, during group's adventure, they will come across many challenges. The GM will say that's going to be a difficulty 3. I rolled a 1. You fail. Oh. What about you? I rolled a 5. You succeed. All right. Ta-da! I've taught you the entire game. If you want to think that there's more to this game, no, there isn't. There is not more to this game. This is it. This is all you get. And some people are going to be down for that. Some people are going to love it. Some people are like, this is the moment for me. If you have a trait, you add another d6 and take the highest. If something that hinders you, you roll 2 dice and take the lower. That's it. That is literally the entire game. One of the main things, though, is that you need to work together. That's one of the major ideas. So let's say you have difficulty 3, but I have somebody helping me. So it only goes down to difficulty 2. The more people who help you, the better. Because the entire idea is to work together. That's how you get out of the labyrinth, is that you have to make sure that your team is actually together and you're not trying to hinder one another. You're actually grabbing each other's hands and you're bringing them up. So, all right. That's the entire point. So, failing is fun. Be creative. Work together. Wait your turn. It's not a competition. Cool. And it kind of goes over to like, what do you have to do? There's chapters, scenes, and progress. So how this works, it's almost like a storybook. You're going to go to a scene, and that scene's going to play out. You're going to kind of read, you're going to narrate kind of what occurs in that scene. Everyone's going to talk about it, what's the plan is. And if they resolve the issue, there's a chance that you can progress. You move up the little marker, and you're there in that particular episode, that particular chapter. And if you go exploring, you add 1 to 6 to it. You roll a d6 and see how far along the adventure path you go, and you're in there now. Some of them might say, well, you have to go back to this one, or you have to go back to this, or this occurs and you automatically go here. That's cool. That's fine. And the update, pretty much the further you update your progress, the more where you are. It's kind of like your current score in the area. And sometimes they are good, sometimes they are bad. For example, a group is finding a trap door. By falling through, oh no! While in a trap door, go to scene 2. Now King turns to that page and continues the adventure. I do enjoy this system because it is an adventure game. At its core, it is an adventure game that you get together with a bunch of friends, I guess, and go adventuring. I don't know what else you would really expect from it. Do you maybe want something more extensive? Maybe you want something more developed. You're not really going to get that. You're getting this. And pretty much every time, if you fail a test to revisit a scene, you're going to lose an hour, because you're not really supposed to go back to scenes necessarily. You're always kind of moving forward, but backtracking is sometimes necessary. And that's the idea, kind of. Because as long as you're kind of moving forward, you're not really advancing all that much time, unless it kind of deliberately tells you, or you do rest, which is important. And it's, for example, whenever a PC loses a scene, you ask them to roll a die and add the result to the current progress. It's called exploring. Number which corresponds to the scene they are moving to. Hold high enough, they must first scene in that chapter. Alright, it's 2, which adds 20, turn scene 20. Oh, wow. That's it. Action scenes are, you declare what's going to happen. Cool. Alright, poggers. Players turn what's going to happen. Oh, yeah. And then you roll and determine what's going to happen. Action scenes aren't exactly the most complex thing in the world, because again, this isn't really necessarily a combat game. It's the idea of, okay, we're rushing over. Oh no, there's 2 goblin guards, and we need to make sure we can incapacitate them or something. Or it's like, oh no, that dwarf has the key to the room over there we need to get to, but he won't give it up that easily, so maybe we can knock him down and steal the key, because he's a mean dwarf. It's like, okay, what do we do? Well, I'm gonna lift him up, and I'm gonna take the key from him. Like, okay, he's gonna resist that, obviously. And that's it, really. Knocking 2 goblins out, however, are unsuccessful. Flaws is done how it affects any other goblins. You might run away and make a difficulty test, and they might steal shit from you, but you can't really die necessarily in this game, because that's the idea. This is not really a game about you've been stabbed in the gut and now are bleeding to death. That's not the purpose at all, even with this game. It's about emulating the movie. It's about going on an adventure together through the mystical lands of the Labyrinth. One thing I do find amusing is that they do teach you how to roll on tables. You want to learn how to roll on tables? They're going to show you, because when I get done with the rules section, I can kind of go over it. But sometimes I've seen you may lose an hour, spending time getting lost in the labyrinth, or otherwise stuck in some time-wasting act. When you lose an hour, you should make a moment and tell the players. If the group loses all 13, you've lost the game. And, oh no, you've lost the game and you've been stuck in the labyrinth. Oh no. And everyone who isn't a PC is very afraid of the Goblin King. They will not, like, one thing I do like is that you can't really have a parade of NPCs in this game. You may want them, but what's going to happen is, like, the second they get something they want or something's been fulfilled, they're going to leave. Because they don't want to fuck with the Goblin King. They're happy where they are. Things are okay. You know, they leave a group at certain times, roll a test 4, if successful, they stay with the group. So, things like they're a coward, if things get too scary, or a monster's on the loose, oh no, roll a dice, oh no! I roll a 6, okay, I'll stay with you guys, you'll protect me. But someone's forgetful, if they had a chance to get turned around, if the PCs leave them alone, they're gone, they don't know where the hell they went. What do you mean? We gave them the key we need to, the get, oh no! You know, if the Goblin King ever appears in person, all NPCs will flee, like the Eldest Run. Chapter they not begin is too far from home. Like, it's almost impossible to actually amass any kind of large group outside of your core group. And I like that. I think that's a good rule. And teach you how to play the Goblin King a little bit. Don't read aloud. Run with your mistakes. Make it up. They literally just say, fuck it, make it up. Ha ha ha. Wing it. And that's the game. Now, before I read a smidgen of the adventure, I just want to the idea. Is this game for kids? Yes, this game is for kids or people who don't know about role-playing games all that much. This isn't necessarily a game for, like, game people who love playing role-playing games, who play them all the time, who play them with their family, who play them with their friends. No, this isn't for that. Not at all. And if you think it is, you're going to be really disappointed. Because the game is really light. Again, when I said, like, it is literally just a roll a d6 and try to roll high, I'm not lying. But if you've never, ever played a game like this before, never played a role-playing game in general, that's pretty easy to explain, especially if you're a kid or something like that. Being a kid playing this, or being maybe an adult who's never played one of these games before, it's going to be pretty easy to understand because this is roll high on a d6, and if you roll a 1, it's over. Ha ha ha, Lamau, you suck. Everyone hates you. You're like, oh, all right, that's fun, I guess. But like, to someone who plays games, who plays a lot of games, who understands a lot of these kind of concepts, God, this game is fucking boring. Jesus fucking Christ. This isn't really a game. This is just a glorified art book at some points. But, like, what about the adventure bit? Like, the adventures are pretty good. Like, the thing is, this book is, majority of the book is the adventure. So, we go even to the contents page, 36 to 226, that is all just the adventure. It's almost 200 pages of just the adventure. And let's say the Goblin City, for example. Just clicking on the Goblin City, and we'll just go to a random page. Like, all right, the Goblin Sewers. The street is impassable to a lake of bubbling sewage. A burst pipe is pumping muck into the streets, and no one seems to know how to shut it off. A number of important-looking goblins are staring at the mess and shaking their heads. Someone is going to have to go down in the sewers and shut it off, and it's definitely not going to be a goblin. And so it's like, oh, hey, here's the sewer hatch. If you're arising from there, like, there's the problem. And they can attempt to wade through the sewage, updating their progress, but any activities they attempt will be hindered until they find a way to get clean due to feeling ill from the stench. Access the hatch leads down, and here's the problem. There's striking, there's a saboteur, there's a flob, there's a burst pipe. Oh no! And here's some random goblins here. Consequences. You can solve the underlying problem. The pipe stops overflowing, and the lake of sewage quickly drains away. Update the party's progress. That's it. Like, this is just like a small sample that you could randomly stumble upon, or you could randomly not stumble upon. And some of them are a little bit more dramatic, some of them are a little less dramatic. But this is roughly what you're going to end up with. You're going to roll on it being like, Saboteur. Controlling the flow has been turned off way open, causing the overflow. The wheel has been normally be turned shut it off, has been stolen, probably by a saboteur. Shut off the valve properly. Party will have to find a way to turn the stiff, rusty hex bolt the wheel was attached to. It's impossible to get a good grip on. And earlier on, you might find someone with a wheel or something. That's kind of the entire point of the game. Like this adventure is what you're actually playing. Can you play this game with another system can you play this game with another system and just use the adventure as like a standard adventure path? I guess you can. But you definitely lose something because you end up with like the curse merchant, for example. Because all the curse merchant does is that it takes a bad trait and you replace it. So it's, for example, let's say I take away my ability to, let's say I take away how I'm mean. No, I'm mean and I rolled a 3 and a 6. So 3 and 6. I get turned into a worm instead. The second you enter the scene, update the progress. And let's say from 13, let's say I go exploring. I rolled a 5, so I'd go to 18. Scroll all the way down, and there we go. Here we are. And I would read through here, what's going on here, and the title add to their name and the trait of the character sheet. That's it. Ta-da! There are some little like helpful hints and things like that. Oh, this one a player might know. Thanks, trash woman, trash grandma. But ultimately, how do you even judge a game like this? How do you judge a game that isn't meant to really be played by a gamer? By gamers, the most oppressed group of all. You don't really. Like, do you like Jim Henson's The Labyrinth? Yeah. Do you want to play Jim Henson's The Labyrinth with people who probably don't play games? Yeah. Okay, you can play Jim Henson's Labyrinth, the adventure game. And in the appendix, like toolkit and stuff, like they do go over some useful things of like, oh, here's like travelers and god damn it. Like they go over like, let me see, like a bunch of random tables of like who you will be encountering, how they act, and all that kind of stuff. Like they actually talk quite a bit about the little details, and the people who are gonna love it are gonna love it. That's kind of the idea, and I'm down with it. When you're actually confronting the Goblin King himself or themselves, I don't know who the fuck they are. You're actually kind of trying to confront him, and if you encounter him, no, the Goblin King is gonna try to stand. He's my foe. Surrender. You attempt to force PC off the tower. I've been generous till now, but I can be cruel. Retreat to the map room. Like, you don't really want to be confronted, because that's the entire point, almost. And the entire idea is once you finish it, you have to sign the desk book. And look, everybody, there's Sarah, there's Hoggle, there's Ludo, there's the night guy whose name I always forget. Look, everybody, it's your favorite. Look, everybody, it's your favorite characters from Jim Henson's Labyrinth. It's fun, I guess. It's like if that's really your thing, like. But see, I wanted to like part of me wanted to buy this for my mom, but more specifically, I wanted to buy this section for my mom, the gallery, just all these little. All these little bits and all the artwork and all the little clips from the movies and I just wanted like a collection of the artwork more than anything. I didn't really give a shit about like the game itself or the adventure path. I just want to see David Bowie do stuff on like I'd be fine with that, but if you think it's anything more than that, you're gonna be kind of disappointed. All right. Let's see, what's our next game? Our next game is actually the Star Trek role-playing game. Yes, this is the Star Trek role-playing game. I know. Cool. We like Star Trek. Star Trek is fun. And all right, yeah, we got my character sheet here. Here's Star Trek. Awesome. We love Star Trek. Now, this is actually done by FASA. Now, FASA Trek is actually a little bit unique. So if we go to FASA, we go to FASA Star Trek. FASA Star Trek technically came out in, if we go right here, just to double check, came out in, we're going to be looking at the 83 version, which is the second edition, and it came out, and this was actually FASA's first major role-playing game. That was pretty cool. And one thing to note was things like the Next Generation, Star Trek, Star Trek TNG, came out officially in 1987. This was almost 5 years when this game first came out before we would even see the Next Generation, and in turn, Star Trek canon. Yes, this was based almost entirely off of the original series and all of the nonsense that went on with it. And as such, it's weird. There are some parts in it that were written more along with kind of like fan canon, you could say. You can kind of see like all the canon Trek system here and a bunch of the official publications, because there were actually quite a different batch of rules. There's, all the deck plans, like, oh, cool. There's the Klingons, the Romulans. I may be wondering, no, Pat, this is Star Trek was 60s, that was kind of back in the day. What does that do with the 80s? Well, the 80s saw the rise of the movies. This is when things like Star Trek the movie came out, Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, which is arguably to be the best movie, and a lot of the other ones all throughout the 80s, leading to the Next Generation, which led to Star Trek Next Generation, The Officer's Manual, and First Year Source Book, which would eventually lead to FASA losing the license, actually. Yes, FASA lost the license after they published the TNG era books because they were going against Paramount canon at the time. And they said, we do not stop publishing. We're going to pull your rights because you aren't doing what we want. You're not doing it right. And everyone's like, oh, and the FASA's like, oh no, I've lost it. And FASA Corporation, for those who don't know, did not, you might know them more for Battletech, but this was like one of their first big things. They did some magazines, but their big thing was the Star Trek role-playing game, which eventually went down to Doctor Who, Mech Warrior, Shadowrun in 1989, Legionware, and finally Earth Dawn. Yeah, these guys did a lot of things back in the day. Yep, FASA was a big one. They also did some miniature games and some board games, notably Battletech and Renegade Legion and Crimson Skies. However, FASA got eaten. Technically, unexpectedly ceased operations in 2001. It was kind of got sold off and kind of got moved around. Licenses were getting a little bit weird. Battletech, notably, is now in the hands of a few different properties, notably as Shadowrun. Because currently, I believe Shadowrun is in the technically owned by the Fanatics Corporation, because for a while, Topps here, a collectible card company, they own the rights to Shadowrun. Like, technically, Topps owned the sole ownership, name, logo, artwork, and all of that. It was owned by Shadowrun, and they owned Shadowrun, which was a fucking baseball trading card company, which was then sold recently. This was even pretty soon, as it was under Mike Eisner, sold it to Fanatics. No one really knows what's going on, but I think technically Battletech and Shadowrun now belong to Fanatics, a goddamn sportswear company. And Battletech's been kind of passed around quite a bit, and it's legal rights. It was like we were having to sell this to this person, and then we're selling it to these guys. Then we kind of got it was messy. That's effectively what happened. BattleTech and Shadowrun got merged to WizKids, then WizKids got turned into FanPro LLC, and then to Catalyst Games Lab. Then the Earth Dawn license was sold to WizKids, but then back to FASA, and then it got messier because there was people, everything was going around, people were getting sold, bought and sold, and now we are where we are, where FASA is still technically around. Like, that's the thing. Like, FASA Games technically still does exist. Sort of. They sort of exist. Because they own Earth Dawn, but they can't really... Oh, no, God, no, don't. Whatever you do, never click on those. Technically, they own Earth Dawn, 1979, Demon World, and Noble Armada. But in Earth Dawn, they can't actually mention Shadowrun anymore, even though Earth Dawn is the prequel to Shadowrun. Man, isn't it great? Legal IP rights? It's the best. I love legal IP rights. It's what makes everything so nightmarish to deal with. So, that's kind of what happened there. But who actually wrote the game? Who actually made this game a game? That's where things get a little bit messy, because they don't actually mention it in the game for some reason. No, nowhere in this can you actually find this. However, I did a little bit of, if you go a little bit, like a little bit of looking around, you can find, bring up here, you find that these three did it. Guy McLemore, Greg Poland, and Dave Teppel. Now, Guy McLemore is the only one I could find with like an actual media presence. He goes by Couch Guy. So this is Guy McLemore. He's an older gentleman at this point. He's from Indianapolis. And he never shuts up on Twitter. He just shuts up on Twitter because he does technically proudly tell everyone that he's a proud social justice warrior. It's like, awesome. I hate Twitter. Twitter was a mistake. Twitter was a mistake and should burn in fire. But yeah, no, like, this is the guy. He doesn't mention anything of it, nor do I expect him. God, Tifa is still trending. Nor do I expect him to really say anything about it. But if you ever want to know about it, the other two, like Greg Poland and Dave Teppel, I couldn't find anything really on them outside of Memory Core Alpha pages saying they worked on Facet Track. If I remember correctly, David Teppel, he worked on a bunch of series. Like, he worked on... Yeah, retired from the same time that McLaurin created the Microtronics company. Couldn't really find anything on that. He just worked on a bunch of things. He also read a bunch. Like, he was a bunch of, like, he's like a writer. He died in 2009. And it's like, alright, I couldn't really find any, like, this is all I could really find on him. Poland's the same way. He actually even has less. Macrotronics, this isn't a web, like, you can way back machine it. Let's see if I can find it. We'll do February 13th, 2019. Let's see. Not archive that URL. Yeah. If I look harder on it, I could probably find something. I couldn't find anything really with it, because if you let's see, micro tactics. The only thing they really put out that I could find is here on Drive-Thru, and it's like figure sets, cardstock figures. Like, nothing was like a game necessarily. They were like cheap terrain. I mean, cool. That's cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, First world pack for simply role playing. Okay, simply role playing. What the fuck is that? Like, okay. You apparently wrote this thing back in 2003. Oh. Here it is. Doesn't even lead to the right one. It says 2000. Yeah, because it says simply free role playing basic rules, and then it leads to 2380 invasion by a complete different group, I guess. Yeah, this is. I couldn't really. You understand? I had to look at this shit, and I couldn't find jack on it. But what is Star Trek? We all love Star Trek, don't we? Come on. Now, the big thing is, if you want to define a character, let's just skip ahead. It's a D100 game. Yes, it's a D100 game. Actually, pretty heavily inspired by the Call of Cthulhu game. It said it was based it's based off of Gravball, which was a board game for its combat. I couldn't really find anything on what actually inspired the game outside of it being a D100 system, the only one they put out. So I have some feeling that there was a little bit of inspiration from Sandy Peterson and company with the Call of Cthulhu games. Yes, this is a D100 Star Trek game that you go through a full-on life path system. It tells you all about how to role play, and it's going to go through every single one of their attributes. So, here are my attributes. This is a sleaze. He's a Gorn male. And there is one website, let me see if I can find it, which I like to call pure FASA Star Trek. Let me see. Is this come on, is that the right yeah, yes. Here's the FASAStarTrek.com, which is a FASA Star Trek character generator. I don't think it's ever going to come out. It's been years since it, but if you want to go over how to make a character, it's going to tell you how to make a character. It's going to leave very detailed information of everything you need. It also had, like, here's the master skill list, the university system, Betzoid University, the medal chart, active officers programs, and technically you do have the option of choosing from a list. There is also, where's the, they had one which was like choose your yes, every single race in the Star Trek universe that you can play, every single one of them. He rigorously statted out every single one of them. So, like, oh, you want to play a Tholian? Yeah, okay, what's a Tholian? You want to play one of these things? Cool, we can do that. You can play that. You want to play let's see, a Zevian? Let's play a Zevian, everybody. That's not it. Zevian Star Trek. You want to play one of those? Yeah, it's like, as long as, like, let's see, what's another one? Yes, a Mizulark. Let's see. It's from a book, but you can play it. What's a Markaran? Let's learn. You want to play one of these fucking things? Actually, let's see. That would be. I can't even think. It would be the rules of acquisition are a Ferengi. That's what. I'm not a Star Trek guy. You want to play a Ferengi? Here's the option to play a fucking Ferengi. Everything you could ever want on this godforsaken game is here. He just really likes this game, and he's done everything with it. So there you go. It's all yours, kids. If you ever wanted to really play the Star Trek FASA RPG, for no discernible reason. Now, one big thing about it, normally a lot of the time when people develop their like a D100 system, it is 2d10 plus 30 or 3d10 or whatever. They actually want you to feel a little bit above average because the average human is about 40. They want you to feel a little bit above average, so it's average about 50. So instead of rolling, for example, a 4d10, like instead of like 3d10 plus 30 or whatever, you're going to be rolling about 40d10 plus 40. Yeah, you can be insane in this game if you roll well. And it kind of goes over how every single one of these work, and even down to things like charisma. Because charisma isn't physical attractiveness, because guess what? You're not fucking, aliens don't give a shit. And how they usually end up balancing most things is luck and psionic potential. Luck is quite literally the bullshit it skill, which you can just roll whenever. If you fail anything, you just are lucky and you get better luck. Your psionic potential is determined whether or not you get psionic powers, or you just have the ability for psionic potential. Most races actually have a penalty that, like negative 40. Even humans, I think, have a negative 40, down to some who have a negative 60. Which you just have this very low chance of you ever hitting any remote amount of psionic potential. The only ones who don't are Vulcans. And yeah, they also have a kind of an interesting way of how they handle skills. So here are all my skills. These are all Sleaze's skills. And you might notice I might have, let's say, actually here we'll make an example. Let's say I have a negotiation and diplomacy of 5. Now, what does that actually mean? Well, in a normal game like this, what I would have to do is that I would have to take my D100. I'd have to take my D100, and I would roll, and I have to roll under 5. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna fucking lose because it's a 5. How this game handles it is a little bit differently. How it works is that if you are about 1 to 9, you're considered trained but not really good at it. Like, you understand how to make it work, but you don't understand the details of it. So for negotiation diplomacy at rank 5, I would have like the basic concepts of like actual negotiation and diplomatic efforts. Like I know how like to not insult somebody. But if I want to make a roll for that, and it's a little bit advanced, like a little bit, like something that would be a little bit complex even for somebody, I would have to make a 1d10 check and roll under it. I rolled a 2 there, so I would have succeeded. However, this is where things get a little bit more fascinating, is if it's like a standard check, you don't need to worry about anything. However, these skills, let's take my, my social sciences law. I have a 42% in law. Now, in a lot of D100 games, normally how this works is that you would add this whatever to a skill of some sort, to your attribute. So I would add my 42% law to my intelligence. So I'd have a 93% chance. Not in the Star Trek game. Oh, no. No. If you have a 42% in your law skill, get those D100 readies and start rolling. And hopefully you roll under it, because every single one of these is rolled separately. Your attributes are really only used for certain contexts or for things that are like, you lift up a fence, cool, make a strength check. There isn't really like any fence lifting or like bravado or anything. It's very dedicated to broader appeal or just attributes in general. Like whatever is your dex divided by 10 plus 4 is your AP, for example, right over here. And I thought that was actually kind of interesting because we normally, we don't see that really anymore. That's not really a thing in modern D100 games. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing to kind of do. And even if you can see, you have a lot of skills. And this is me heavily focusing in on one particular skill, if you haven't noticed. But you can have a lot of skills, and this is actually a completely unoptimized character that isn't even a science officer of some sort, who get more. And a lot of these skills may seem weird, and like, who the fuck cares about astrogeology? Which I chose, because I thought it'd be funny. Or geologist? Why do I need geologist? Or geology, planetary sciences? Well, you're actually mandatory supposed to take some science skills in this game, because it's Star Trek. And if you think about it like this is Star Trek, and you're like, yeah, okay, this starts making a little bit of sense. Like you have some standard ones like damage control procedures, computer technology, but then you have things like life sciences, mechanical engineering, and where was the one that small equipment system operations, small unit tactics, transporter operation procedures, zero G operations. You're like, oh, all right, this makes interesting. Like, oh, artistic expression. But if you think about it in terms of these are skills for a officer to have, that you're supposed to be this trained smart individual who does smart things for smart reasons, and you're like, yeah, all right, this makes a lot of sense. This makes too much sense all of a sudden. So yeah, so ability may be the factor to determine the success of attempt, or development of a particular skill may be a controlling factor. That's pretty much it. Is greater than the target, the attempt to perform is unusual action is failed. That's pretty much it. It's a pretty standard D100 game. Outside of that, but let's get down to creating a character. So we assigned our ship, our rank, and our position. We get to choose our race. Now in the base game, you only have access to 6 races, which they pretty much encourage you to like play a fucking human. Just play a fucking human. It's not hard. Just play a human like everybody else. You don't have to. No, that is completely your option. And the Klingons and the Romulans are in a separate book, which you can find, mind you. But you roll your initial points, like, okay, right here, it's 3d10 plus 40. So yeah, you can actually get a pretty good roll. One thing, though, is that you get a bunch of bonus points. When I first saw this, I actually thought it was pretty fascinating. So what all you do is you roll 1d100, you roll percentile, and you divide it by 2. So I rolled a 21, I divided by 2 and round up. I have a bunch of bonus points. And you can put them into any attribute except psionics, which I thought was actually kind of interesting. Like, yeah, you are a very competent individual by virtue of just being a competent individual. And you have all the races, Imperial Klingons, human Klingon fusions, which aren't really a thing anymore, Romulans, Vulcans, the Gorn, who are absolute Chads. And then it goes into like, oh, here's your endurance statistics. Yeah, this is where things get a little bit weird. Most things you have a save for. Character's endurance score kind of changes that sometimes. And it's like, oh, here's your operating endurance. This is effectively your health. But if you are very tired, you're going to reduce it. If you're very injured, you're going to reduce it. And if you say go below 5, you're going to end up unconscious. Like, all right, fatigue healing rate, like, all right. Some characters, you're going to be aging, because the idea is that you have to go through your entire life story up to your position as a Starfleet officer. And you choose your first set of background skills. And these are things like computer operation, languages, trivia, and then you have your personal skills, which are the things you're interested in. And then you have to start joining Starfleet, and then you go to the academy. Yeah, no, when you join the academy, you're going to school. So here's all your core curriculum that you need to have. Here's all your space curriculum, which you're going to have other space sciences. You're going to have officer training curriculum. Like, oh, and then you have to choose a bunch of electives. It's like, oh, God. And don't forget about your advanced study, because you are an advanced study. You're a smart person. Then you go into branch school. What do you actually even want to do? Because if you go into the medical school, you're going to be a doctor by the end of it. You're going to be an MD. Science officers are going to be doctors as well. You're going to be a trained individual at this. For sleaze, I went into security. Because I wanted to be a strong man. But then you look at this and be like, wow, those are a lot of skills that you have a lot of power in. And then it's like, oh, well, if you go to the science branch, look at all these other things you get. You get a bunch of minors and majors. Navigation school, medical branch school, helm. Like you can choose a lot of options here. Then you get to choose electives, the more advanced training. Then you have to go on your cadet cruise, Yes, on your as a cadet cruise, it's a 6-month tour in space. Like, all right, close choice assignment of the Constitution class starship of the Exploration Command, and you roll. You roll to see what your cadet cruise is. I actually rolled for Sleaze here. He rolled for his first one to be a Colonial Operations Command. He actually didn't do too hot in his Colonial Operations Command. And then you kind of have to determine what your luck is. And per previous cadet cruise, which I found interesting, which is the idea that every time you progress, it's getting harder and harder and harder to actually get a good assignment on a cadet cruise. And if you do well, yeah, you pass with high honors. You're promoted to lieutenant. You're passed with honors. Assigned to ensign. Passed. Assigned to ensign. Like, I got just ensign. I didn't do too hot because it's 5 or less. But if you are exploration command, you get that. If you're exploration command, a military operations command, or a merchant marine. Like, I was a merchant marine is when I finally got mine, but I rolled pretty low. Like, it's impossible for me to pass with high honors because it's a fucking merchant marine. But the luckier you are, the easier it gets. Any previous cruise makes it actually harder. Yeah, there's a potential that you're just going to be endlessly stuck in a loop of just being a cadet cruise. Like, you just never distinguish yourself. And that's interesting. And then you have to go to, and then you have the option of going to the cadet, to the department head school. If you go to the department head school, you get some skills, you advance a year, then you get some advanced training, and then you can go to command school if you want, but only certain department heads go. I didn't go to command school. It's not, Sleaze is not that kind of guy. He is a security officer. Then you have to choose all of your goddamn service sheets. Because yes, you have to do a number of tours, which can last quite a while. So, let's do the modifier, our number of tours served. How many tours do we get? Oh, well, you get 1d10, divide the result by 2, and round down. You'll be serving a minimum of 1 to 5, but let's say for example, you have an intelligence of 60 plus. You know what? You can serve 1 less tour. Luck of 60 plus, cool. Luck of 40 or less, more tours. You're an ensign. You want to do -1 tour. Lieutenant, nothing. Lieutenant commander, +1. Captain, +2. Commodore, +3. You know, for destined position, a captain, you need 2 more tours. For department head, you need +1 tours. You know, Constitution class officer, you need +1 tour. You can serve a shit ton of tours. And you get assigned first tour assignment table. You're gonna have to roll here, and then depending on your attributes, and then your officer efficiency reports, and depending on how well you do, depends on how long the tours are. And these tours can last years, can last upward of 5 years. And, like, don't forget about your tour assignment tables or your skill advancement tables, and you're noticing your eyes begin to glaze over as there's so many little things to worry about. But yeah, like, this game does not fuck around. Let's just say that. This game doesn't fuck around when it comes to the generation of a character. You are going through Starfleet, goddammit, and they're going to make you believe it. Which I personally think is pretty good. Alright, I'm down. Seems pretty interesting. Because it really gets you into the character. Even as I was going through making Sleaze here, I kind of understood who this character was by the end. He did his 3 tours, and he picked up some skills. He was in the Merchant Marines, for God's sakes. He was 3 years in the Merchant Marines and 4 in the military operations, which he didn't do very well in. Because he didn't care enough. He liked carousing. He was this giant asshole Gorn who got into fights with people because he doesn't need to be smart. I mean, he cared about looking at his rocks, and he cared about leading people. He wasn't a military guy. He wasn't formal. That's not who he was. And I'm like, this is exactly who I think this character would be. And, you know, you have your bare hand damage, which this is nothing, by the way. Like, this is very low, very tiny, and it goes through everything, obviously. Now, this is the weakest part of the game as well. Welcome to combat, everybody. Yes, combat is literally played out on a square grid. The only interesting thing about this is the idea of action points. So, if we look over here, this is the action point chart. And anytime you do an action, you reduce your action points down to 0. But you can say, let's say I kneel down and I blast you with that. Like, okay, my turn is done, but I've used only 3 actions. And oh no, someone wants to attack me with a knife. I can dodge out of the way or something like that. Like, action point system is actually pretty ingenious for a game like this. But it's the wrong game. If that makes any sense. As I was discussing with the guy I was with, Manly Salmon, we were like, why is this here? Why is this, like, extensive combat system here? Like, who's asking for this? Like, who's like, this is it, like, this is the moment, let's do it, boys. And it's like, no. Do I like the AP system? I think it's a cool idea for a different game. Because, like, yeah, you have a lot of options here. You know, look at all the different movement options. Look at all the different equipment use options. You know, combat energy, emergency evasions. Oh no, this is the only game currently to know that you have a flying tackle move, which you have to move 3 squares and then tackle someone to the ground. It's like, alright, fuck it. I'm in. And you go through the entire thing. There's actually quite a few options here, which is interesting, if confusing. And you may be wondering, like, why are you zooming through this so fast? Because it's kind of boring. Not gonna lie. Because it's like, oh, every weapon has a 2-hit modifier. It's just your average of your dex and your skill rating divided by 2, and you round up. So it's like, oh, Lee Sterling has dex of 67 and modern marksmanship of 20, so he has a 44% chance to hit with a weapon. Like, oh, cool. It's like, neato burrito, yeah. However, when people think Star Trek, the first thing that kind of comes to mind isn't really fighting. It's not people, quick getting their gun out and blasting an alien in half. That's not usually the thing that people are like coming to. What the hell? It's not really about that. It's not really about aiming and shooting. It's not. It's a secondary thing to the broader context of what Star Trek is all about, otherwise known as investigation and trying to help people. It's about, keeping the prime directive. We have to make sure everyone is safe. And it's like, oh no, the Klingons are trying to subvert the local government. Well, we got to stop the Klingons because the Klingons are going to do something evil. Or like, oh no, the Velaran trade vessel Beowulf, he's calling for Mayday. We're out here to assist, but oh no, the engines are completely fried. But why are the engines? What did you get attacked by? Oh no, a Romulan attack freighter attacked you. But what are you transporting out here? That's what it's about. It's about these broader stories of a society, of this better future, as well as being about exploration. It's about science. It's about learning. And inevitably getting your shit rocked. Now, the big thing is for, like, damage-wise, damage can get pretty intense, because if you calculate all the health correctly, like it's pretty much just your endurance score. I have an endurance of 85 because Gorn, according to that one site, got a plus 30. You're going to have probably on average about 50 health if you're doing good, about 50 health. A crossbow is going to do 4d10 plus 10 damage. A carbine does 4d10 plus 10 damage. And a machine gun's just going to blast you. Even things like phasers are going to do like 75 damage. I can survive a phaser hit, one phaser hit. Not 2, not 3, 1. And if you kind of go under here, even like disruptor rifle, like disruptor shots, and like you're stunning people, and like, damn, you don't really want to get into fights because fights are scary. And because fights are pretty goddamn horrifying. And you look at it, you're like, whoa. You may have like, oh, well, get down there, scumbag, or I'll set phasers to fun. Pew, pew. Like, it's bizarre to think about, but isn't that what Star Trek is all about? It's not really about combat. But then you have things like, here's the firing arcs, here's the graze mechanic. Oh no, if you get graze, it's not greater than the 2 hit number, but is also 10 points of it. So if you get grazed, like there's, what? Why is there a graze mechanic? Why are there things like shotguns? Like, oh, here's psionics and like the nerve pinch, because Klingons get not Klingons, Vulcans get a bunch of bonus things. And you have things like your health and pretty standard stuff. But that's kind of the main game. Like, it's interesting. Very much a relic. You know, the officer's manual. And then you go into like the orientation source book, where they're gonna teach you about literally every single bit of a ship. And let's say for example, Merchant Marine. I want to go to the Merchant Marines, everybody. In the Navy, you can sail the 7 seas in the Navy. And if you go to the Merchant Marines, fighting crew, solo Starfleet, feel the impressive ground force. The ground force are part of the Marine Corps, which functions as 20th century Marine Corps cooperated with the U.S. Navy. Marines are often used in planet-side police, guards a large base, defensive fighting units on hostile world. And, okay, troops and cargo. All right. Other Federation programs, furthermore, forces Federation criminal laws, revenue and navigation laws. Yeah, you can play the Space Feds if you want. Like, cool. I like it. It's fun. You got your ranking, like here's all the ranks, and like this is for people who are like really into it. And some people are gonna get really into it. Some people are gonna say, this is the greatest fucking thing I have ever read. God damn it, give me more. More. And that's great. That's fine. But if you're going more in there for like the, how do I want to word this? If you go in there for the interpretation, it's going to be a little bit rougher. Like, hey, you want to play Mr. Sulu? Here's Sulu with his 89% Starship Helm operations and his 48% leadership and his extensive knowledge of astrogation and, you know, personal sword combat. All right, fuck it. I'm not gonna, you know, for some reason, you know, Scott Montgomery has 16% personal combat claymore because he's from Scotland. Because remember, that's what happens with the Scottish people. They just learn how to fight with claymores. I enjoy this game. Like, I honestly do quite enjoy the Star Trek game. The cadet, like, here's all the Game Master information. Like, if you want to know anything about Game Master, it's here. Because one interesting thing is that they do really, really, really want you to actually build your own species. Like, one of the first things you actually get on this particular sheet is, if we scroll down here, Strange New World, Planet-Side Adventures, and here's a bunch of dice rolls to generate planets. You want to generate a bunch of planets? Here you go. I have a strange feeling this is probably adapted from Traveler at the time. And do you need any of it? Does this mean anything? No. This means nothing. Because it means literally nothing. But it's nice to say it, isn't it? It feels good where it's like, oh no, we've rolled, like, here's the alien creature record card. And I was like, oh no, well, we got to piece together what the aliens look like. And like, well, according to my tricorder, sir, it appears the alien is very strong with a strong muscular sense. Like, okay, science officer, how do we deal with it to make sure that it stops terrorizing the locals? I'm like, oh, well, it looks like it eats meat. Like, what happened to its meat? That's what it's all about. If you want to roll it, it's right fucking there. And I find that fascinating. I love the idea of this game. I adore the idea of this game. But I understand why it may not be for everybody. And where was the political chart? Where's the political chart? I thought that was funny. Planetary Sciences, Psionics Index. Oh, yes, the life, medical, social science classifications, formal leadership. Here's like the Psionics Index, the Social Science Index, the Cultural Attitude Index classification. If you have a rating of 0, you're anarchy. If you have a rating of 9, you're unity. And 10 is anarchy again. It just kind of folds back in on itself. And I find this funny. It's fun. It's nice. This is a game that is entertaining to play. It's an entertaining thing just to look at and be like, oh my god, Gorn blasters and Gorn communicators. Got natural armor. Oh. And then you have all the scenarios and stuff. Like, this game has a certain charm to it that's kind of hard to escape. It's from a different era, a different time. Now, recently, actually, however, we have seen the rise of, let me bring it up here real fast. Not that one. Definitely not that one. Where are you? I looked at you the other fucking day, and now you're gone. There's also pretty much the new Star Trek game, Star Trek Adventures, which kind of takes the same idea. Like, nothing has really changed Star Trek-wise. Here we go. This is the Star Trek Adventure game, actually, by Motifus. And it's kind of the same idea, you know, catalogs of aliens and antagonists. You create your own Star Trek stories. 2D20. It goes over everything that you could really want to go over. I need to go through Motifus's games someday, a lot of the 2D20 stuff, because there's a very wide sense of opinions on all of them. Some people are like, it's the greatest thing ever. Other people are like, I fucking hate this game. And often, they're the same people. Like, I always find that fascinating with this particular 2D20. Because, yeah, like, you do go through scenes, and where did it go? Where's character creation? Because, yeah, they have a character creation system similar to, where is it? United Federation, your continuing mission, operations, reporting for duty, career to Starfleet. Yep, you are going through another, you guessed it, a complete different... You're going through a life path system. Here's control and fitness, and you're going through everything. And you notice there's actually a lot more art in this game than FASA Trek, because this was kind of an era where that wasn't really a thing, and you just have scenes from the show. And that's okay. I think that's fascinating. And, Jesus. So, that's FASA Trek. Very fascinating little game. Kind of overshadowed recently, because there's the Unicorn Games. I want to say Last Unicorn, but I know that's not correct. Who also did a Star Trek game in the 90s, which is more accurate to canon. And then you have, obviously, the Motifus game, came out a few years ago at this point. But it's interesting to see, like, Star Trek the role-playing game by FASA was from a different era and a different time. And I think it kind of shares some of those things. It also goes against some of those. I like it. I wish the combat was a lot simpler, because honestly, that's how I feel Star Trek is. That's coming from someone who doesn't actually like Star Trek all that much. I was more of a Star Wars kid. So, Alien Ah, Alien. Aliens is a franchise that started in 1979, and Aliens came out in 1983, I believe, or 82. And it's a big franchise now. We all know the xenomorph. We all know the spooky, scary monster here. Now, this game is actually done by Free League, who's done quite a few different games. Now, Free League is fascinating for a few reasons, because Free League Publishing, we go to their actual website, you can kind of see, let's open you up. What games do they have? Well, they have quite a few, actually. They have Tales from the Loop, The One Ring, FASA, Crusader Kings, the board game, Blade Runner, the role-playing game, Mutant Year Zero, Symbaroum, Tales from the Loop, Twilight 2000, and, notably, Aliens. They also have a lot of franchise games, and they usually use their own system for it. What is it? It's yeah, Year Zero engine. That's what it's called. I'm like, it's not the Mutant Year Zero. Yes, they use the Year Zero engine for a lot of these games. I know the One Ring doesn't use that. That uses, I think, the traditional one from the original One Ring. And I need to look at this game personally. I really do, because I love the One Ring. The original One Ring, I adore it. I think it's wonderful. So I'm curious how they made it better with this one. I've heard great things about the game, so that's a positive. Really has done a lot. It's like, this is kind of cool. You know, Alien is here. They're making a Blade Runner game. I don't know why they're making a Blade Runner game, but hey, what do I know, right? I don't make a Gorillion Krone, or whatever the hell they call their weird Swedish money or weird Finnish money. I don't know. Well, Svenska, so yeah. I don't know their weird Swedish money. These guys also unfortunately published Morkborg, so you are also the Antichrist. I hate Morkborg. Fuck Morkborg. So, we have understood who Free League is. So, what's the game about? Man, look at all this really pretty game, really interesting. Okay, let me level with you y'all guys here. I don't really want to go through this game. I don't really want to go through any of this, because there's another Alien game, another more fascinating one with a bigger history, a bigger story that I find interesting. So fuck this game. We're going over Alien the Adventure Game. Yep, baby, Aliens the Adventure Game. This baby was published in 1986. This is an old fucking game. And this was about aliens. I think actually this was 91. Based on the 86 movie. This game's huge, and it was done by Leading Edge Games. Now, who are Leading Edge Games? Now, Leading Edge Games is a publisher. Actually, we're the publisher, creator, and a bunch of other things of a very special game, which I've talked about a little bit, because they published Phoenix Command in 1986, which is noted to be the most autistic game known to human fucking history, because it simulates gun combat in a very detailed, very simulated way. You know, extreme end of RPG, RPG complexity, and I was like, I'm fascinated by this game. And eventually they went on to make Aliens the Adventure Game, combat-oriented role-playing game, 91, by Barry Nakazono and David Mackenzie. Now, I could not find a single thing on either of these guys. Being honest, I couldn't find anything. I don't know where they are anymore. No images, no the website's been gone for years. And what happened was, well, here's the thing. They ceased operation. I don't know. Because that's one of the weird parts of Leading Edge Games, is that they were present and then they weren't. And did not, however, survive over the years. The ending of Leading Edge Games, from what I would be able to find, was about 92 to 93 is when they just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. I don't know what happened. Barry Nezukono is gone. He doesn't have a Twitter or anything that I could find. and I couldn't really find anything about it. And like he wrote like 93, he did some stuff for Legionnaire, but couldn't find anything on this guy. I even looked at like, what's his Twitter? Nothing. This guy is like a fucking god. And the closest thing is like a propulsion engineer at California, which somewhat adds up to where he may be from, because you see here it's in Pasadena, California, and this guy is also from Pasadena, California. So Barry Nakazono may work for China. Not China. May work for NASA. I just saw this right up here. Yeah, he may work for, and he might be a fucking NASA engineer. I haven't been able to find anything on him though. What's the jump from, you know, writing fucking Phoenix Command in the 80s to NASA engineer? I don't know what the you know trajectory was there. Now, David Mackenzie, same thing. Couldn't find jack shit on this guy. And it's not exactly like the most extensive history on the guy. Like, as most, and even things that's like, oh, David Mackenzie, economist. Is this the guy? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. He might be David Mackenzie, you know, TTRPG, or not. It's not exactly like this overly common name. But these guys made quite a bit of things back in the day. Leading Edge Games also made the Lawnmower Man RPG, which is based off the movie of the same name, which is a literal virtual reality role-playing game. And yeah, Leading Edge Games actually closed in 93, it looks like, maybe. Like, I can't find anything on these guys. The closest I could find, the most amount of numbers adding up, and if I collect all the, you know, put all my cork board in the right location, the closest I could really find on Leading Edge is that they went out of business about 93, about 92, 93, and they disappeared. I have two theories for that. Either theory one, Leading Edge Games wasn't really a company per se. It was a side project guys did while they were in school or something. It was, we're doing this for a little bit, we're making a little bit of money on the side. Because like Phoenix Command is not really like this extensive book. It's not very long. And it was supposed to be spiral bound. So it's like, okay, so maybe they just closed up shop, be like, okay, we're done. Like, I'm moving on with my life. And someone else is moving on with their, and Barry's moving on with his life, and David's moving on with his life, and that's all that's going to happen. Just, okay, we're done. We had fun. The other option is that they ran out of money because they bought they bought the Lawnmower Man license, and maybe the Lawnmower Land license just didn't pay off. They printed a bunch of books and just nothing fucking sold, and done. You know, we just ran out of money. We locked up shop, declared bankruptcy, and nobody got it. And we all leave. Ta-da, we're done. That's the kind of the closest that I could find on it. I actually double checked the if you want like true beautiful, just raw autism, it is me going through the dedicated like copyright office, the copyright office of the U.S. to find out where the fuck this guy is from, and Pasadena, California. So I'm assuming we know where, like, I'm assuming this is Barry Nakazono. I assume this is the guy who wrote Aliens and Leading Edge Games, And if I really wanted to, I could probably reach out to him. I could probably find him if I really tried, see what I could find, maybe send him an email. I might do that. I might honestly send him an email being like, "Hello, Mr. Nakazono. My name's Notepad Anon. I am a person who goes over old games, and I just want to confirm, are you the individual who wrote Phoenix Command? And are you the individual who wrote, and in turn, Aliens, the adventure game?" Maybe I'll do that. But I don't even know if the guy's alive still, because this is a fucking LinkedIn page with nothing on it. So, there's the history. There's the history of the Aliens game. And what is the Aliens adventure game about? Well, it's about the Aliens adventure game. It's about aliens, yeah! Aliens! It's not about aliens. Going to be honest with you right fucking now. It is not about aliens. You may be wondering, Notepad, it's called the Aliens RPG. What do you mean it's not about the aliens? Well, my friends, this was based off of Phoenix Command, a Phoenix Command game, i.e. very heavy military focus, a lot of maybe not a lot of character stats and things like that. Yeah, this is I would say the best way to summarize the Alien Adventure game is a Colonial Marines game with aliens in it. And if you want to play a Colonial Marine, like hardcore autistic Colonial Marines game, this game is going to be right up your alley. This is like, yes, this is what I wanted. I want to roll on tables. Yes. If that's like rocking your world, if the idea of rolling on a shit ton of tables is rocking your day, and it's just like, hell yeah, baby, then this game is going to make your fucking day. But we need characteristics first. So what are your basic characteristics? It's a pretty standard way. They do actually measure things in deadlift for your strength. I thought that was kind of funny. Agility, health, resolve, bunch of secondary characteristics. And there are things like charisma, leadership, motivation, perception. All right. And you can do the random method. Just roll 3d6 and just, like, there you go. Fuck you. Ta-da! This is what you get. Or you can do the building method, which is characteristic point total is equal to the sum of four six-sided dice plus 48. Yes, this is the dedicated assigned method. Building method and system is technically also randomized. I thought, it's like, but why? So characteristic point total, 46. Roughly, it's about 60 points is what you're going to be ending up with. About 60, 62 points on average. And these are what you're paying for each of them. Ta-da! There you are. So, pretty standard stuff to actually generate. So simple so far. Like, all right. Next, we get to character background. Because, yes, we have another life path system. Man, the 80s loved these goddamn things. And I find that fascinating that we aren't seeing more of those these days. I hate writing them, however. I despise writing life path systems. They're very extensive and take a very long time to do. But I actually don't have a character sheet for this one because it takes for fucking ever to make characters. So this is kind of like what a basic sample character sheet would be. So you have your education value, your social status, what your rank is, your branch, if you have any specialties, and all of your skills. So if you do not have a skill in anything, you have a negative 40 your roll, which pretty bad. If you're certified, you have a 0. If you are proficient, you get a +4. Pretty good. Pretty all right. And then you have some support skills, like, oh, don't worry, like, I have something. I'm a novice. So skills are technically different than general skills. And then you have all your various weapons. Yeah, you see this? Yeah, no, you're going to like this. Oh yeah, baby. Don't think we're avoiding that. So we have to determine our background. What's our background going to be? What's our formal education? Oh, we rolled a 25. We have a shitty education because everybody hates us. So what's our background? 51. We're underprivileged with a poor education. Good start, everybody. Let's say we have an average. Let's say we have 3 merit points. How about this? Let's say we have 3 merit points. All right, we're the Colonial Marine Garrison Infantry. That's all we're getting. Yeah, I know you're pretty like relatively likely to either get like one, like let's say you're going to end up with about 4 or 5. Like you're going to end up in either line infantry or garrison infantry as your branch service. Maybe if you're lucky, you might get auxiliary if you're lucky. But like officer and staff college, like you got to be good. Like you got to be real good. And most of the time, you're not going to be. But it is accurate, unfortunately. So in this authentic Crayon Eater RPG, yeah, being rich does have its benefits. So, you have a bunch of learning and skills because you don't really progress normally in this game. Is how you would normally progress in this game is in fact more along the lines of making a learning roll. So every time you have a bonus to do it, you make an intelligence plus your motivation -10. And this is a D100 system, because of course it is. So if you have a motivation, intelligent motivation, so I might have to roll under a 17. I rolled an 85. I didn't learn anything because I'm a fucking goblin. And you're going to get a lot of these learning chances. And this is actually how you level up. You don't get experience points. You don't get superpower. You don't get bonus points or whatever. You just get learning. That's all you get. So if we go to the Book of Tables, so we get all our background, our social security, then we have to choose our service branch, and then we have our minimum rank, where most of us are going to be privates, and then our award and reprimands, and then our active duty. Yay, active duty. Ooh. And you're going to learn a lot. Like, you need to learn this. And it's okay. You're going to go through basic training, which is table 2A. What's table 2A? Oh, wait a second. We got to go to table 2A. Here's basic training. So you're always going to get gun combat 1. You're always going to end up with balance and hand-to-hand combat. And find his or her initial skills. What characters are skilled. So let's see. For each skill with an X marks to it, the character receives a learning chance. So yeah, you have to make a learning chance for every single one of these skills to learn it. Because if you don't, they're basic, and you get a -4 to it. And if you're an auxiliary, you have to choose from the auxiliary support skills. You got to make all of these checks to make sure that you learn all of them. Learning chances for those as well. This is technical aspect of their basic training. So if role successful, has rank of certified, basic education of basic training, or you are novice. That's it. Specialist training, wowzers. And if you got to roll in the specialist training, if you get good enough to get specialist training, I got to make sure you have the right merit points. Got to have all that. Oh, you don't have enough merit points? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no. Ooh, you're ugh. Hey, goblin. Yeah, go away. I like you. She accepted rolling a 0 to 9. If the number is half, then she is accepted. If not, it has been rejected. May not apply to specialty again until the next 6-year tour begins. Active duty, rank. There is a lot of things to determine in this game. And this is what I mean by this game is a game of charts. And if you like charts, you're going to love this game. This is going to be a game that's going to be really good, fun for you. Like, let's say, for example, I'm a garrison. Let's say I rolled line infantry. I'm doing good. I'm line infantryman. Let's see what I'm doing. I rolled a 42. So I rolled a 42. Well, I'm on security off-world. So I'm going to be able to get 1, 3. So I'm going to get some good general skill classes. So I can start learning some cool stuff. So I can start learning. Oh God, not yet. So I can start learning things like climbing or espionage. All right, that's kind of fun. Like, all right, like, oh God, there's more. Oh God, there's more. You know, depending on the character's career, a grade may improve. The character moves up one troop grade from line to crack to elite, so forth. All further active duty rules. It's like, all right, let's keep moving. Let's keep rolling. Keep rolling. We're rolling the dice. Having fun. We're doing this. And if you get it, you at least get a rank in it. If you don't get anything, you're just not certified in it. But you can learn it later if you ever get a learning opportunity. And duty assigned the character's unit has received. And garrison duty, fighting such against bizarre life or corporate revolutions. Each entry is brief. Discuss Lean 1.7. Yeah, you can roll a bunch of shit. Everything you could possibly want right here. And you're going to learn it if you want it. There's a bunch of support skills. Don't forget about the active duty tables. I am in agony. I want to sneeze. It's right there. I can feel it, but it's going to drive me nuts. But yeah, this is a lot of what this game is all about. It's about tables, it's about rolling, and it's about generating merit points. And you want to generate merit points. Every time that you do that, you're going to generate more merit points. So, for example, because we were off-world security, we only get one chance for a good old-fashioned point. We can only get a little bit. But active duty, for line 0 to 7% chance, we can move up a grade. We get a little bit of, like, all right. Garrison is pretty easy too. You get a 9%, you get a 10% chance to do it. And then you have things like being a tactical team, or your chances are grossly lower. You're probably going to be a garrison at the end of the day. You're going to be a garrison. Because guess what? That's what the garrison infantry do. Garrison. Why is this a part of the game? I don't know, but you're going to like it. You know, merit points and promotions. The more merit points you get, the higher your rank is going to be. Not exactly the most complex thing in the world, but you're probably not going to receive that many merit points. If you're kind of already low on there, you're probably going to get stuck as private. So, character's 18 years old, lasts a year. You know, each set of active is another year. You're probably going to end up in your 20s, maybe your early 30s. Full tour, it's taken up. Basic specialist training, sporting duties. So the active duty table is only used 5 times to complete the tour. Elect to return to civilian life after their first tour, taking advantage of the skills they've acquired, discipline, and respect conferred by a military background. A large percentage of corporate military personnel have colonial marine backgrounds, as do many technicians, heavy equipment operators, and communications. Player can decide to retire a character after a tour is complete. Given the many dangers of military service, this is a way to win the game, as it gets the character back to civilian life and relative safety. A behavioral character who is short might change radically and can be interesting situation for the player. Yeah. For some reason, you can win the game by returning to civilian life. Again, it's like, but why? All right. You can change your branch of service. Like, all right, more tables, more tables. We got some other backgrounds. Other backgrounds are for people who are literally not colonial marines, and this is what you get. Like, it's like, like da. Here you go. This is all you get. Ha ha ha. They kind of don't want you to think about it too hard. Your combat overall. The big thing to remember is that you're going to always be in things like combat armor, and this is the amount of actual supplies you have that you can carry along with you. And here's all your equipment you're going to be carrying along with you. And nope, don't forget, you're going to be all recording all your equipment, because that's very important. And don't forget how many combat actions you have. Each action is not precise. Oh, we got to make sure we got our combat action tables of 3B. Let's check our combat action tables just to make sure. We got to make sure, everybody. Oh, here's our combat actions. It depends on our intelligence. So let's say we have an intelligence of 11 and we're a certified gun person. We're going to have 5 combat actions, because that's all it really determines about. It's your gun combat rating. Because your gun combat rating is the most essential part of your entire existence. And if you are not have a good gun combat rating, God help you. You're going to die. You're going to die miserably, and everyone's going to make fun of you for dying. And your knockout value is kind of like your hit points value, but also not. So, for example, whatever your will characteristic is, and again, gun combat. So let's say we're certified with 11, we have 22 knockout value. If I take 22 damage, I'm going to go knocked out. I'm in extreme pain. The larger knockout value, the greater ability to ignore the pain of wounds. So if I take oh no, I've been taking 10 damage. Ah, God, I'm not dead yet. I still gotta fight. Still got the fighting spirit inside of me. Alright, weapon data, and then we have all the weight, the cost, the ammunition types. And don't forget about all the optional rules. Never don't forget about all the service awards during our time, which can be other charts to roll. And then we can move up a grade. And if we're garrison duty, then for base guard, but if we're honor guard, tactical teams, patrols, hot patrols, peacekeeping, contraband, colonial revolt, and all the different options you could ever have. Because you like having options. That is what we ultimately are doing. So here's our SRMs, listed below represent this. These are applied to all success rolls. Roll for procedure are given following sections. Wow. Because remember when I said that it's a D10 when it's a percentile system? Well, I was lying. It's actually a 3D6 system and a percentile system. Because technically what you're supposed to do is roll under your success roll. So let's say our success roll is whatever the skill is, or let's say, for example, we need to make an average check. The base odds is 10. So I need to roll my 3d6 under that. I rolled a 7, 8, 9. I rolled a 9. I technically succeeded. But let's say I have a +3. Let's say I have a +2 to it. All right, I'd have to have a under 12. Well then, Timmy, I fucked up and rolled a 15. That's pretty much it. Success roll, basic chances, and base odds, and then you have the difficulty level. Okay. So difficulty base odds plus the skill level modifier, which is different from the novice modifiers, and it's like, oh sweet mother of fuck. And yeah, things can get. You also have differences when it comes to the difficulty level being modified, and this is one of those games where your eyes roll to the back of your head a little bit, and you're like, oh sweet Jesus, oh sweet mother of God. You're like, okay, I can do this. This is fine. I'm having fun, but nope, don't worry. Every single enemy can also be slightly different. Don't forget that. Oh, you're just fighting a normal normal soldier. Let's say they're average. Oh, sorry. They're certified in everything. So it's a base odds to hit the guy. I hit because he's only average and only certified. But oh God. Crack? Oh, I rolled a 4. He's only certified. Oh, Jesus. Yes, there's a random chance to get someone who's better when you don't know or don't want to determine it. And it's like, oh, God help me. Like, all right, we're making it. We're doing it. We can do this together. And it's like, ah! Spontaneous disasters, complete catastrophes, major accomplishments, damage to equipment. Don't forget, high-speed driving is an example. You fucking fail, things are going wrong, and it's like, all right, risk level. Don't worry, it's dangerous. Okay. Physical damage is also different. How much done to crewmen, right? So a base PB, item number is successful, the fail time, times a roll of a d6 die. 6 dice is rolled separately for each crew member. For example, a hazardous task with a success roll of 10 were attempted, the number roll was 13. The task failed by 3, where the damage taken by each crew member would be 3 times 10 times 1.6. 126. If a 1 were rolled, damage would be 30 PD. If it was a 6, it would be 180 PD. This is to determine physical fucking damage. If I get into a car accident, I have to make 3 goddamn rolls. It's like, Jesus, Christmas, Christ almighty. And this is the simplified version, mind you. This is the easy version of that fucking game. Of Phoenix Command. It's like, oh, God almighty, there's so much. And that's why I'm kind of like busting through these, just to kind of get you the idea of this was part of a different era. It's weird to think about, of logistics, of xenobiology, but don't worry, here's all the close combat things, and you have all the specialties, and recon, and aircraft piloting. Yes, we definitely need the aircraft piloting skill in the Aliens game. Now you may notice, where's all the aliens? Notepad, we're on page 38. What the fuck is it? Well, you don't get it. No. It's most of the time, yeah, you get experience. Advancement through experience can be more rapid than through training, and certainly more dangerous. Experience isn't really supposed to be that big of a deal, but is also a huge deal. It's like there is a lot of charts, of things, and of details, and sometimes there are details inside of other details, and each of these are going to be their own thing and do their own piece of disparate. So like, oh, active head, oh, your active duty assignment, nope, here's all the active duty assignments. Oh, don't forget about all the mission generation. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus. Notice how nothing is about aliens at this point. Oh boy, aliens. In this alien game, that isn't really about aliens, really at all. It's really not. Like, it's more about another beautiful day in the core. It's a military game with aliens in it. And, let me just go through all the mercenary options. Nope, don't forget about all these. Okay, let's keep going. Wrestling, Starview, Dustball, Keystone, Paragon, Imbus, Aerodyne, Chitin, Theodis, Grundy, Hyperdrive Sector. Okay, we're going. Byron's Hope. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost there, everybody. Yeah, no, this game isn't. Here's the secret. I'm gonna give y'all a little secret here. This game isn't really about anything in particular. Like, this isn't really about aliens. And hell, you only get the aliens for less than 10 pages. Yes, the actual, like, stars of the show really only really get about 10 pages worth of actual detail. But mind you, they're pretty scary, because it's like, oh, here's a facehugger leap, and if it's a success roll of 10, minus the target's hand-to-hand combat SRM to attach itself to the target's head. Oh, if it makes a roll, grasp target tightly with its, there, and tries to paralyze him, and oh, it's got acid blood. To penetrate one, if it takes one phase. Oh no, fails by 3 or less. Oh no. Probably to paralyze target, attempt to paralyze target again. Oh no. Facehugger combat gets an entire own section. Queen, chestbursters, warriors, sentries, the queen herself gets an entire section dedicated to things. And don't forget about the alien hit location tables, because we've got those. Oh, we got alien hit location tables, baby. Oh yeah, we gaming. Oh yeah. And every single one of these has got their own little numbers. Every single one of them is also detailing things slightly differently, because again, it's a D100 system and a 3D6 system, and also other systems, all at once happening together with literally no consistency. So I just kind of want to show you guys what the combat looks like a little bit as we kind of, hit the ending of this nightmare. Yeah, combat is mostly about you generating actions and then spending those actions. You have your action points, and then you might aim for a few actions, and then you have to shoot, and then you're moving around the table with the intent of dealing damage. If you hit the table, you can do the shot accuracy, and then you do the weapon data table, and then you have to make sure of where you hit somebody, and do you hit somebody. Don't forget about invisibility, concealability, your position, your ducking, your automatic fire. What I'm trying to get across here is that there are a lot of options in this game about aliens, but not a lot about actually fighting fucking aliens. Which is... How do I want to word this? Is this a good aliens game? No. Is this a interesting Colonial Marines game? Maybe if you really like tables. And I mean, like, you gotta really like tables, and you really gotta like all that kind of stuff. But this is what the game is. This is 31 pages of tables, of character sheets, of understanding hit location damage. Because if you get hit, there's a chance that you're gonna die instantly. Because that's what happens when you get hit by a bullet. You die. And here's like, oh yeah, M9, 9mm, here's all the physical data, here's all the aim time modifiers, here's all the ballistic data, which is like, here's all the here's the pulse rifle, here's all of the different, little itty bitty bits. Because that's what you want in a game like this, right? Right? Well, maybe not. Because let's say, for example, because these are the alien hit locations. So let's say you get hit by a bullet. You get hit by a gun. Let's see how much damage you're going to do. Let's say you get hit in the... Let's say we're firing around. Well, let's say we're in the open. We're getting shot at. We get hit. Where are we going to get hit? Let's see. 40. Let's see. 40. We got hit in the abdomen. Okay, let's see if is it a glancing roll? Oh no, oh no, it's a machine gun. It's gonna be different. So let's determine what we actually hit with. Let's. Good news, everybody. We hit a standard roll. So we're gonna be here. So we got hit in the abdomen for only 900 damage, not 5,000 or 30,000 damage. Which we're already fucking dead if that's the case. Like we're going down. Like we're out of commission already. Like we're fucked unless we get some serious medical assistance. But even then, we're probably not going to get that because that's not how the game works. Is this game good? No. But it does kind of point out of the kind of the nature of those games during that era, which is why I wanted to bring it up more than anything. So, that is actually the end of all our games, the funky fresh 80s. Now, why did I want to go over these particular games? What was I trying to get across? Like, what, Notepad, why the fuck did we go over the Alien Adventure game? Why did we go over the FASA Star Trek game? You didn't really say anything about them. Why did we go over Tales of Gore, Labyrinth, or the Ghostbusters game? Why? Because right at the beginning of this stream, 4.5 hours ago, I talked about the nature of that we are going through potentially another decline. Because if you noticed, a lot of the games we were talking about were licensed games back in the 80s. And those licensed games either were direct, into the popularity, or they kind of led to the demise of these particular companies. What I'm trying to get across here more than anything is that we've entered another era similar to that. How many franchise games are we seeing? Even if it's companies such as Motifus saying they got the Homeworld license, they've got a Star Trek license, they've got Untold Conan licenses, like they've got a bunch of these licenses. Even things like River Horse Productions, they've got the fucking My Little Pony, Jim Henson's stuff. They've got a bunch of these Little Light, Terminator, Pacific Rim, all these different like licenses. One thing I noticed between all of them, and why I kind of like Dallas was kind of this odd duck out more than anything. One thing I kept noticing was we're noticing another trend that we're seeing. It's kind of hit mainstream again, and now everybody wants a part of it. Everyone wants to have their very own RPG. They're all, so let's hire a bunch of these companies who may not be necessarily qualified to do something as large. Do it. My usual case in point is going to be the Avatar game. We've never seen the Avatar game, but it's going to be using the mask system. And I genuinely don't know how it's going to turn out. I really don't. And because it's kind of hard to tell, but it's just like they've made their money 5 times back. Or have they? Or is this going to be the swan song of fucking Magpie as something goes horribly wrong during shipping? I don't know. And this era is currently in flux. Because there's 2 paths that can happen. We can have a repeat of the late 80s, early 90s. And I mean a collapse. I mean an absolute fucking disaster area. Just, it face plants and just skids. And right now we're not doing that necessarily, but we're kind of seeing it again. Or are we going to see a mass resurgence? Are we going to pull through? And it's like, we're going to do it. Or it's going to be like the golden era. Again, kind of the rebirth era, too. I don't know. Because currently what's going on is that we're seeing a distinct split in the role-playing game community, TTRPGs. Not as much war games. War games have always kind of been themselves, but we're seeing a little bit of a split there as well, which is the idea of here are the indies, and then here are here are the corporate games. Corporate games are their own beast at this point. We're not supposed to deal with them. The indies deal with their own. The corporates deal with their own. We are separate entities, and there's nothing similar to us. Which is interesting just because some of these properties that are legacy properties that are like people have very fond memories of are getting passed around to things like fucking fanatics. Like how many of these properties are going just away and how many are just disappearing into the fucking ether. And some of these companies like Motifist, Free League, and things like that, Cubicle 7 even, they're going to keep snapping up these old IPs and they're going to keep making games for them using these similar systems. Everything's going to start feeling the same. Will we hit a convergence where we just see again that complete separation of power of the degenerate indies who are just doing weird shit that barely are games, and corporates, or are we going to see a collapse of the corporate side? Hello phone, which isn't impossible, by the way. And my theory is that if D&D 5.5 absolutely fucking fails, and I mean it's a disaster area and it just blows up in their face, that's going to go wrong. And it's going to be bad. But I don't know. Only time will tell, but it's good to look back and see what happened and the weird shit that we can't escape. So, now we get to hit my favorite part of this entire fucking endeavor, otherwise known as Let's Go to Kickstarter, because it's a sad place and I get to cry. People again always ask, why do you go to Kickstarter if you hate it so much? I go to Kickstarter because of how important it is. Because it is so important to the entire industry at this point. You can't really escape it. You can't just like, oh, Kickstarter? You mean that small thing that means absolutely nothing? No, that ain't how it works. Money, 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 baby. That's all that matters. That is clearly Go Trek and Felix. All right, we're off to a good start. STL files, fucking Morkborg supplement. I hate Morkborg. Board game, bounty on STL. Let's see. The Oracle. They needed $1. Who fucking did this? You fucking goblin. You goddamn fucking inhuman goblin creature. You need 100. You don't need $100. Fuck off. System new 5e compatible system neutral content. I fucking hate you. I hate you where you stand. Yeah, this is just clearly Gotrek and Felix. The unlucky dwarf. The human companion. Who could it be? Wow, yeah, you're not really trying now there, are you? Are you there? Oh wow, 5th edition. Wow, 5th edition. We love 5th edition. We love 5th edition. Collectible card game. It's another collectible card game. Do not fucking do collectible card games. It's not hard. Do a fucking LCG. You will make bank doing it. Visions of Cthulhu. Oh, Jesus. Keep on rolling. The dice collection. Yay. Critical Role D&D Polyhedral Potion Vial Die Set. What? Critical Role. Why'd you put Critical Role on here? Like, what? These potion vials containing full set of polyhedral. It's not Critical Role at all. What make 100 badge? This confirmed these are dice made of resin for gameplay or soap. 120 work by backer support, one of a kind, at least 100 ideas. This is fucking soap. This is what? Why do you have Critical Role in here? There's no reason. Fuck off. Fuck off, lady. Let's see. Drinking in dungeons? Why? Gunslinger, Strange Science, Wild West role-playing. Oh, interesting. Escaping Mars. Alright. Cyberpunk Noir. That's not very cyberpunk looking. Lulu game. Make 100. Substance. Scourge of Crows. Marvel Zombies. Yeah. I can't wait for the shut up and sit down video on this one. Like, Princess and the Red Planet for wait. Gunslinger on Arizona Hills. So Red Planet Adventure. Wait a second. So medicine. So character classes. Oh, Arizona Ranger. Graham Country, Haunted Mines, Venture Hooks on Arizona Hills. This first novel adapted Wild Princess of the Red Planet. So is it sword and wait? So is it a Western game or is it sword and fantasy? But why? Forthcoming. What? Fort Grant around the Apache Wars. What? What? Published by Night Owl Workshop. Please tell me. What do you want? What is this? The Gunslinger. So you Warriors of the Red Planet, Guardians, Fantastic Superhero Adventure, Colonial Troopers. Oh, looks like you actually make some stuff. All right, I'm all right. Okay, like, oh, it's a OSR, old school rules that are compatible with most original. All right. I mean, that's pretty interesting. All right. Guardian, never heard. Let's Electrum. Colonial Troopers, what? OGL. Looks like they do a lot of OGL stuff. Which, I mean, shine on. Nothing I can. I'm not gonna blame them for anything. But yeah, I mean, I'm color me interested. A little bit confused of what the fuck it is, but I'm all right. I'm in. I'm in. So let's see. Cyberpunk Noir. Journey with Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. Oh, sweet Jesus. Aficionado. Neo Goth Hacker. What? Wait. My dear friend Jenny Lee, a semi-professional artist, doing regular artwork commission for years. Multiple pieces from turn out spectacular. Why not put art not list like your D&D character or your fucking superhero OC? What? No. What the fuck is this game about? Noir in 2010, 11 since yeah, expanding the world of Terra Firma and refining the rule set. This wholly unique horror mechanic, different side. Cyberpunk Noir works off, well, as far as I'm aware, is a wholly unique core mechanic where you roll different sized dice depending on your skill level. Okay then. What is Savage Worlds? That's all I gotta say. What is Savage World? Gameplay video coming soon. Oh man, I'm super excited of what you need 4,000 £3,000 and $4,000 dues. Oh, okay. You need a lot of fucking money. You don't have anything though, I don't think. You don't have anything, darling. Beyond the Storm, alright. No TTRPG. Alright. I will be creating our board game, World Domination the game. It's risk, isn't it? It's risk. Backflip. Bags and playmats. Oh boy. A whole lot of fucking nothing in this one. Some adventure war board game. What? Fantasy Theory banned. Alright, make 100. Neo Brutal Chessmen. Minimalist Concrete Chess. Oh, the Third World War. Game series. Anime Dungeons. Oh my god, is that Broly? Oh my god, it's Broly. What do you fucking mean an anime? Oh my god, is that? Oh god, what the fuck? All right then. I mean, like, I'm not a here's the thing, I'm not a miniatures guy. Like I played 40K back in the day a little bit, but this is a particular niche. I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's particular niche. All right, Magma Punk, everybody. Beyond the Storm. Oh, Gear Games. You're from Italia. Oh, wow. Cinematic actions plot. Okay. Dynamic adventure. All right. Mechanics are smooth. All right. What are they? Adventure, soldier, scoundrel, or unless your hero's power. Battlefields using knowledge, reveal lost sea. Okay, what is it? Okay. Beyond Storm, follow up of Volcano, the role playing game. So, oh, oh, oof, oof. Wait, funded in 4 hours. What happened? Volcano. Okay, so this is the second edition of this game. Got my okay, so they got theirs a year ago, even. So this is technically the second edition, I guess. Uh, what happens? Time is coming. Airship maintenance continue. Okay, wait. Stop and reorganization. Not progressing as we expected, although the campaign was founded. Projections led us to think we would not be able to release content we had planned to maintain quality level to support deserters. Oh, okay, so they actually did something good and paused before they thought they couldn't deliver on what they wanted to do. All right, I'm down. So it's a steampunk RPG. Well, it's not really steampunk. It's more like magma punk or whatever the fuck that means. Isle Nations. Isle Nations. Isle Nations. Okay. So D12. Dice or delegate. There, feel free to left in the story. Forget boring, never-ending turns of calm. Maximum fluidity. In fact, it'll be immediately clear short of hits. How much damage? Okay, so how much? All right. All right. I mean, I'll see. This seems interesting to me. I'm fascinated. Volcana. Seems like a second edition, maybe? Or maybe like a Redux version? I don't know. Drafts and dragons and taverns. What do I do with my life? Why am I here? Just to suffer? Ita bag. Oh. Menagerie of adventure. Menagerie of adventure. STL. A lot of STLs. It's always STLs. Another TCG. There's another fucking TCG. And it's got how much fucking money? 600. Why do you people keep fucking funding this? Why? Why do you keep funding TCGs? I don't get it. Think it's gonna be the next big thing? Is it NFTs? Let me guess. Is there fucking NFTs somewhere in this? The TCG app. Wait. So you expect to get this out by July? Fucking July. What? No. What? That's a fucking... That's a lot of money. What the... Why are people funding this? Why is another goddamn TCG? You don't need more TCGs. No. I am dying. I am dying a little on the inside. I am okay. Life is fine. I am okay. Let me just drink myself to a fucking coma at this rate. Super powered RPG. So, oh, we got another superhero RPG. It'll never replace Legends though. Yeah, no, fuck that. Let's see, is there anything else exciting kind of going on? Wow, what your visions and decisions matter. Wait, Final Girl? Oh, wait, no, not Final Girl. Because there was a game for a while called Final Girl, which seemed interesting, but adventure games, Dinosaur Park Survival, Golems, Meluna Anime, Fan Art, Maria de Jesus, Maria! Honestly, if I ever start working on Angel 69, I'm just gonna reach out to Maria, just throw her money, being like, if you design these figures, we're gonna make fucking bank. We're gonna make sick, stupid money. So let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting? War bands? Not really any. The Bible is 830% funded. Yep. All right. Okay. You know what? I think I'm good. Wait. What do we got by Met Games? So let's Lords of Chaos. What's your gimmick? Tabletop. Okay. Fantasy World. Magic is real. Oh, wow. I would have never fucking guessed. What is it? Why play this game? Oh no. Very good start. Explored PC's concept interaction with the world. Nope. Unlike many RPGs, Lords of Chaos has no classes. Have you played any other games except D&D? What the fuck? Then you should embrace it. Assuming you have some strength with the sword. Should be as much creative freedom as possible. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the versatile magic system. Spells meet their vision to determine how they access their power. Combat is dangerous. Oh wow. Increase with experience. Average size human, 150 pounds. It's 10 HP. Harder to hit and more developed skills. We've chosen that, but an arrow through the head is generally undesirable. Separate body parts. Wait, so above human's head has 3 HP, 6 times 2 damage points to that location, therefore is a mortal blow. So you have like just head damage? Realism and abstraction. What the fuck are you doing? So it's a D100 system. Automated character sheet. Alright. Don't work in your secret layers. Oh. Ooh. Oh, okie dokie then. Oh Jesus. Hi Randy. Ed man behind the metal robot. What the like I'm vaguely concerned about what the fuck this game actually is. You know what? Remind me. I mean, it reached its goal. I'm curious of like. I'm curious how it goes. Wounded God. Nope. I remember this one. I actually remember this one. It had a different cover. I remember that. Wait, yeah, we went over this one before. It had a different one, and it didn't have her on the cover. Alright. Metroville. Superpowered game. Oh boy, let me guess. It's a fucking D6 system. Character creation. Narrative. Oh, it's a narrative game. Fuck it. I don't feel like it. Alright, so that's fucking despair. I am in agony, and nothing is good in this horrifying world we live in. Let's do itch.io. Wrap it up. Hello, itch.io. Are you here to disappoint me yet again, like you usually do? Yep, there we go. Morkborg. Morkborg. We love Morkborg. Fucking Final Fantasy game because itch.io is creatively dead. I fucking hate Syst. Nothing. There's really nothing that looks actually even remotely interesting. Yeah, nothing actually seems even remotely interesting in this particular endeavor. Yeah, okay. No, okay, itch.io is fucking dull as usual. That is the end. Godspeed. Good luck. Actually, what I should do, we need to go to... We need to actually go on a magic quest here real fast. We need to go to January Notocracy. All right, we got 20 responses here. Not accepting responses. We are done with that. We have to go to the White Room. This is it. We're gonna have to. We're not accepting responses anymore. And next we go to the Patreon. Yes, I do have a Patreon. Please follow me. I am a sad and miserable beast and like money. And if you don't pay me, I feel sad every day. Please, I'm begging you. But let's... I don't want to log in. It's annoying. So I'll just go on. I literally just open up the Google Chrome one. So if I go to Google Chrome, I'm automatically logged in because that's how things work. So we want to go to... We'll go to my posts. We want to do published posts. And we have to check what the patrons say. You know, the important people who very rarely vote. So, you have 2 votes. You have 6 votes. Okay, the guy with a shit ton of votes never voted. So, we're just having to do it raw, everybody. We're doing it raw. All right, so we'll open you up. And we will put you dead center, so we can't really see the results. So, let's see. We have a Saga of Blood, Iron, and Soil. Actually, we should make you a little bit smaller. A Saga of Blood, Iron, and Soil. And it currently has, through the main voting repertoire, of 6 votes. 6 votes. Then we have by Blade and Cross. Has a grand total of 7 votes. Utopia Wars has 4. The kind of the upset in that regard. And finally, we have Songs of the White Carnations at only 3 votes. Not doing very hard. And for our secondary games, we have Lisa with a grand total of 8 votes, and Glitter Break at 12 votes. Ooh, 12 votes. So the Patreon, we have through our 2 voter. Mind you, I have like 8 gorillion tabs open currently, and so I need to stop. I need to close some of these fucking tabs. So our current patron voted 2 for Songs of the White Carnation and 2 for Glitter Break. So technically, Utopia Wars has fallen to the dead last place. So I may condemn that to a Weekend Warrior project at this point. And which leads me to the White Room voting. So 1 for a Saga of... Oh God. 1 for a Saga. We have 1 for the Songs of the White Carnations. And 2 for Utopia War. I hate all of you. Let's see, we have 3 there, so we have 17, and then there we go. So, this is the final voting. Yep, the final votes came down to this. So, technically, Utopia Wars and Songs of the White Carnations are out. They unfortunately did not make it. They did not have enough voting power, did not have enough votes. So unfortunately, they are now having to be condemned to where they belong, the sadness bin and the forever box and other sad places. But we actually have a tie, and because we have a tie, I need to consult. I need to consult the femboy, my e-boy. My e-boyfriend. So here, give me 1 second. I need to. I'll add him live on stream. Let's see. My boy, Actually, no, I'll put it in the correct one. We have a tie. We have a tie currently. So by your metric, should I do a song? Let's see. We'll do a saga of blood, iron, and soil. Viking. Let's see. Viking Farmville, or by Blade and Cross. My Blade and Cross. Spain Pain Simulator. Democracy demands the tiebreaker. There we go. I've sent him the I'll send him the DM. He will determine what it is. But yes, this is the final vote, everybody. Your alt appointments. God, I love democracy. So let me just post this real fast. I love democracy. I love democracy. There we are. Yep. Congratulations, though, for Glitterbreak. Glitterbreak has made it as the official first technical war game I'll be working on stream. Well, technically a skirmish game. But yes, these are what we're currently working with. So I will get back to everybody. I will post it in the Discord when what gets selected. There may be a chance that we'll have an official tiebreaker into the form of the final patron, but it's kind of at the very end of the day. If something happens there, I will make sure. I will make sure that it does not occur. So thank you all very much. Godspeed. Good luck. If you need me, feel free to contact me at the Discord. Or go to me at my Twitter. Like, comment, and subscribe. Follow me on OnlyFans at Project Melody Feet Pics. And